hand if you had an amazing breakthrough over these last 2 days. Raise them up high so I can see. Yes, I see you, Joelle, Dennis. I see you, Elizabeth, John. Raise them up, be proud. Diana in room 1, I too have had an amazing breakthrough. And guess what? We still have one more day, my friends, to bring our full energy, like we talked about yesterday, to absorb everything that we're going to be learning today. You're never too new or too advanced to have a needle mover moment. And we're not done. So let's take a moment to give it up for Dean Graziosi and Tony Robbins for making this all possible for us. And give yourself a round of applause for showing up for you and stepping outside your comfort zone. We're so proud of each and every one of you. I know some of you have already decided to go all in on thriving in 2025, and I want to sincerely congratulate those of you who decided to join us in the Mastermind Business System. We're so honored to go on this journey with you. You know, watching you all in the Facebook group over these last 3 days reminded me just how powerful making these shifts can be. And it brought me back to when I was sitting exactly where you are today. After being a professional actress on Broadway and in film and TV for years, I knew that I was ready for a new chapter, but I didn't know exactly what that was or even where to begin. Then these two gentlemen, Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi, popped up on my social media feed one day talking about how to start your own business. And after listening to every single thing they had to say, just like you all are here, I jumped both feet in imperfectly, because when I say I knew nothing about business, I mean nothing. This was also at the height of one of the hardest points of my life. I was dealing with a lot of loss and unexpected changes, but each day I showed up committed to learn how to be in control of my own future. Instead of having others call the shots for me as a performer, I was becoming the director of my own life. And now, standing here with you today, I know a couple things I didn't know then. You can actually live your passion. I know it seems like it's impossible sometimes, like it's this foreign concept, but take it from me, I'm living proof of this. Fast forward 5 years, because I invested in myself just like you are. I showed up and I did the work. I've not only started my own business, but now I'm an international speaker, best-selling author, and today I get to be here as your guide and running buddy on this journey. Talk about full circle. This is what's possible when you say yes to yourself. And the best part of it all, getting paid to do what you love while making a huge impact on the world. So just a reminder, today is the last day of this event, but it doesn't have to be the end of your journey. This can be your new beginning. We have the privilege of not only being coached and trained by Dean Graziosi, but the legend himself, Tony Robbins. Plus, we have Lisa Nichols and Gary Brecka. My friends, this is the day that can change your life forever, and that's not an exaggeration. So, commit the time. Today is not the day to play small. Take notes like crazy and play full out like it's your life and your future, because it is. Are you ready to do this together? Are you ready? All right, let's bring our full energy to kick off day 3 and help me welcome back to the stage Dean Graziosi.
Everybody, welcome, welcome. Come on, we can have a little more energy than that on a Saturday. Let's get some music that really moves it. Come on, let's get some higher energy music here. You ready? Can you do that for me on a Saturday? I wore blue, for God's sakes. And let's put some people on the back wall. We got thousands, hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world. What's up, everybody? I see you, Gavin. What's up, Christine? What's up, Adrian and Robert and Roxanne and Cindy? I see Elizabeth. Total, good to have you back. Joelle, hey, Kendra, Stephen Blair, Rihanna. Everybody, welcome, welcome. right. Welcome to day 3, guys. Here's what I got to tell you. Yes, I stayed up way too late again last night reading all your posts. Oh my God, so awesome. So proud of this group. You give so much back to us. It makes us fired up. Tony and I were going back and forth late last night. I was sending them texts. I'm like, look at this one, look at this one. You guys have so many great ideas. I see you, Rachel. I see you, Frank. I see you, Cindy. So many great ideas. I want to bottle all this for all of you and say, take it. Don't let this be the end of 3 days. Let this be the beginning of a new you. Like, take it, bottle it up. Don't let anything get you off track. Because here's the hard part sometimes. You get excited. You're around like-minded people. You're like, I'm doing this. Who's ready to live into their full potential? Say yes or raise your hand, right? But you know what happens sometimes without even realizing it? Like a week from now, a month from now, 6 months from now, you subtly fall back into old patterns and you don't even know when you gave up on that next level version of you. Let's not do that this time. Who's committed to not let that happen, right? And today, let's call today implementation day. Today's the day we make it real. We put it in play. Today's the day we crush those final limiting beliefs that were holding us back. Today's the day we anchor in your path to that first sale, that next sale, to consistent sales, to make impact. Let's get disturbed within action. Let's get ready to do this. You guys ready to make this go time? If they could. Let's get ready to do this. All right. So yesterday, was that an amazing day or what? Yesterday we had the opportunity to see that sales can be something of service, right? Sales can be something that you fall in love with. Sales can be something that truly doesn't ever feel like selling ever again in your life. I pause because it's one of the things that I don't want you to get to at a certain area and go, God, I love this. I want to impact. I love what I've created. I could change lives. But no, selling. No. Fall in love with it because every yes changes a life in this industry. It's not just selling a widget or a bottle or a glass of water. You're selling transformation for a living. Does that make sense? So yesterday I was so excited to show you places like that. Isn't it cool that there's marketplaces? Isn't it cool that you could work with friends and network and you're not bugging them? You're saying, hey, I got this cool thing if you know someone. And then having the opportunity to take social media to a whole nother level. How freaking cool is that in today's world, right? And remember this. This is the best state of mind to make the best decisions about your future. Does that make sense? Don't you feel another version of yourself who feels a little more confident? A little more in control, right? Feeling a little better, like I'm not crazy. I'm meant for more. So this is the time to anchor it in. This is the time to make a decision. And again, look at all these beautiful people from all around the world tuning in. I love it, right? Because if you don't make a decision today, like I said, a month from now, a week from now, 6 months later, you look back, go, when did I give up on that? We can't have that happen. I loved on day one. Wasn't Jillian awesome? I know I said that yesterday, but how cool is it that Jillian was just like the rest of us, big dreams and big fears. Then she just said, man, she found a common denominator. The people who don't live into their dreams are the ones that gave up. So I got to keep moving forward even if I'm scared. Isn't that a great way to look at it? Like it is, that's why I love saying it is uncomfortable action. And yesterday I also loved Jay and Roddy. Weren't they just an awesome couple? Right? And weren't they cool? Just what if they didn't give their gifts to the world? You know, we get to see people sometimes at the end and we feel so far away from them. But gosh, if we could enter the conversations going on in their head, if we could enter that when they first started, or the first 20 videos that nobody watched, or the conversations they had in the invisible, right, Emmett? Like, I don't think this is for me. I was a monk, for gosh sakes. Like, who wants to listen to a monk, right? What if he didn't give that gift? But the fact of the matter is there's a gift inside of all of us that someone else is waiting for, right? They're waiting for that. And of course, I love the yes method because I just wanted to give you, if the science is where that you find the people, the yes method is really the art. And when I talk about the art of selling, I think there's a lot of things out there that feel like the the systematic, hardcore closing. That's not the way I approach it. I hope you feel my heart. I love what Tony and I do. I love all of you who became a part of Mastermind Business System because I know your life is going to change. I can read the tea leaves. I see your future. So I love talking about it. I love sharing because I know it can change your life. I want you to love your product that much. You'll never feel like you sell again. You just know when someone says yes, bing, I changed another life. Bing, 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 right? And the yes method is just the art of meeting people where they are. It's like having a conversation at a coffee shop with someone you care about. You'd solve their problems, wouldn't you? You'd help them look into a better future, wouldn't you? And wouldn't you offer them something if you knew it could change their life? Well, that's not selling. I think that's more serving, right? And then we had the opportunity to offer you the all-new Mastermind Business System. For those of you who's already in it and playing with it, raise your hand if you could see the people already in it. They've moved the hearts so we could see them, right? Is that fun or what? I was reading your comments all night last night. Oh my gosh, amazing. This truly is going to change the game. I said it yesterday. I wasn't trying to be like overly confident or cocky, but Tony and I helped, Tony more than me, more than a decade before me, helped invent this industry. And I feel amazing that now we get to transform it. Because everybody else, they either got to step up to what we're doing or they're not going to make it, right? And that's how we grow this industry. It's how we give you the tools. And then, of course, who had a blast with Matthew McConaughey yesterday? Isn't he just fun to watch? Oh, my goodness. He really is just a cool dude. And he's in our industry, for gosh sakes. How cool is that, right? And today, though, I just want to say it one more time. Today, let's just say this. We should bust all the old beliefs that have held you back. You know, yesterday I said something. I said, I'm going to ask you guys now. I did this during our VIP session last night. Raise your hand if you know this is a great industry that's growing. That's just a question. Raise your hand. Let's see. Right? Okay. That's everybody's hand, right? Raise your hand if you know you would love to impact people while you make a living, right? Everybody in front of me, everybody behind me raising their hand. Raise your hand if you think Tony Robbins and I not only care, but we kind of know what we're doing, right? Still every hand. And raise your hand if you think what we've created for you is the absolute best way to get there, right? Well, if you raise your hand, if you all say it's the right industry, it's the right time, I'd love to do this, this is the right product, then the only thing that could really hold you back is what? Put it in the chat. What could hold you back from living into who you're meant to be? I see Maddie Lamb's got 2 hands going to her head. So is Joelle, right? It's this. It's the thoughts. It's the I'm too old, I'm too young, I'm not enough, right? It's all those pieces. Myself, only myself, right? Myself. My own thoughts, right? So today, not only are we going to deliver capabilities, but I want to bust those thoughts. Listen, if you want to be in this industry, I want you to do it with Tony and I. This is our obsession. We've been doing it longer. And if you decide, I don't like this industry, then I want you to leave this event on fire going, I'm doing something. I'm living into who I'm meant to be, not who I'm settling to be. And that's why we want to disturb you today. And we're bringing in some amazing guests. Lisa Nichols going to rock your world today. Gary Brecka, going to rock your world today. Tony's back with an amazing training. But just know, today's about, let's get rid of that gray area of, maybe I'll do something, maybe I do want, maybe I won't. Here's what I'd love. And you could put decide in the chat. Today, decide. Decide that this is the day I am not settling anymore. And you know, not deciding is a decision too, right? Like if you're ready to decide, raise your hand if you're ready to decide that you're meant for more and you're going to do something about it. That's the greatest gift you could give us. So why not decide, then commit to it, and then let's celebrate all day to the person we're becoming. How about that? I'm ready to celebrate on a Saturday here with my blue shirt on. You know, there's a story that if you're a part of the Mastermind family, the Tony and Dean family, you're going to know that I've told this story before, but I love it so much. And it's just a great reminder of who we could become. You know, I grew up in upstate New York, on the East Coast. I grew up around oak trees. They were the most fun trees to climb when I was a kid. I don't know if anybody grew up. They were the prettiest leaves in the fall. They turned the most orange and the most red. They were the most solid. An oak tree is solid, right? If you could pull up the slide, right? That's an oak tree. And then one day I was doing some research and I was just looking, I was trying to find an analogy in my life. And I was like, wow, this mighty oak that people talk about, it could be made into toothpicks and they're worth pennies each, right? That same mighty oak, I used to chop them down when people were building a house or a lot. That's my first business, was selling firewood. I used to chop oak trees. I'd let them sit for about 6 months. I'd split them and I'd sell them as cords of wood. That was my first business ever, by the way, right? And they were hundreds of dollars. So this same mighty oak could be pennies with toothpicks. It could be hundreds of dollars if you sold firewood. But then I Googled an oak conference table, and I found them anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000. So that same mighty oak could be chopped down and made into a several $1,000 table. And then I was Googling them, what else? And I found this violin. And this violin sold for $2.5 million, made from the same oak. What's different? Still the same tree. But one had more value in the marketplace, right? Sometimes we don't realize we're rowing hard in our life, but I get goosebumps sharing this, but we're rowing in the wrong boat, going in the wrong direction. I don't care how much you row against the current, you're not going to go. And some of you work as hard as I do, as hard as other people do. You're working hard, but maybe your value in the marketplace is not being represented at the level that you deserve. So some of the things we want to share with you is, yes, work hard, but model proven practices in the right industry and raise your value in the marketplace. And here's the thing, an oak tree doesn't have choice. Whether I chopped it down because of a house coming to sell it for firewood, or somebody chopped it down to build a table or make it into a violin, it has no choice. We have choice. We are the greatest gift to this planet. Whatever your beliefs in, I believe God gave us the greatest gift to be humans, to have choice, to make decisions, to be scared and do it anyway. That's who we get to be. So who is ready to raise their value in the marketplace, to get in a different boat, row hard, but go in a direction that allows you to live into who you're meant to be? Listen, we know you want to change your life. That's why you're here, and that's okay. Me too. You know, and I know, we're all meant for more. We got that voice that yells at us sometimes. You know there's supposed to be more. You know you have skills. You know you have experiences and passions that are extremely valuable in this marketplace. And once you know how to package and deliver them, God, like I said, I could read the tea leaves. And if you're new or even part-time, or you want to add this to a current business, what a perfect time in history to do this. Now, this morning, I'm really stoked to share with you an exercise that I call Story Teach Tool. And I'll go a little bit more on that in a moment. But Story Teach Tool is when I first started with dyslexia. My sister reminded me a lot that I wasn't Tony Robbins. I was 5'7". On a good day, he's 6'7", right? When I went to share, at first, I was like, do I have enough value in the marketplace to share this? And along this way, and I don't know when it happened, but there was a time that it happened that this framework came into play. And once I understood this framework, I never felt that way again. Because there was an easy formula to be able to deliver with confidence. Who wants that awesome formula to deliver whatever your teaching topics are? Well, I promise you, you're going to freaking love that. But first, wow, did we have a lot of questions last night around the Mastermind Business System. And if it's okay with you guys, we took the top questions. And if we had, if we saw 100, that means there are 1,000. If there was 1,000, there's several thousand. And what I would hate that if I went too fast or I jumped over something or I wasn't so clear that we missed something and you didn't move forward. So is it okay with you guys if I take just a few minutes and answer those questions for you guys? And then we'll dive right into Story Teach Tool. One of the biggest questions we got, and then I'll get to other ones. One of the biggest questions we got, is now the right time? We could talk about the product and all those things. I'll get to it. But is now the right time? And I just got to ask you. I get that feeling, like maybe now, maybe next year, maybe in 5 years. Let me ask you. if you're here, I would bet to say you're the busiest person other people know. And I bet you've spent years supporting others. Isn't that true? Right? Wouldn't this be a great time for it to be your turn? Maybe you worry about how your spouse or your coworkers or your family or friends might think of you doing this thing. Maybe a little imposter syndrome. But at the end of your life, when you look back and realize you played small because you were worried about what other people think, deciding to live into your full potential can, of course, be a little scary, but it takes away the pounds of regret you'll have at the end of your life. Because I guess what's scarier, taking action now with the right guide, the right plan, the right tools, the right family, or missing out on living into who you were meant to be? It's not just a decision to invest in the mastermind business system. It's a decision to invest in you. I know this because I know you. I've been you. Tony's been you. That's why we're so dedicated to getting you this guide, this plan, this obsession to help you thrive. Because we know what's waiting for you on the other side. I told you I could read the tea leaves. And if not this now, then what when? That's what I have to say. And I shared this yesterday, so I won't go in deep, but I believe the worst thing that could ever happen to us is to get to the end of our lives and see a video of the woman or the man we could have been. I think the only wish you would have would be to go back, right? Let me go back. Let me do it different. Well, I love to say, wish granted. You're here. We could start fresh today. Doesn't matter if you're 30, 50, 70, or 80. We could start fresh today. Who's ready to start fresh today? To see now is the time. Plant the tree today so in 5 years from now, you're not looking back saying, oh, I should have done it then. Okay, that's one. That was kind of a big hierarching one, is now the time. But there was lots of questions about the mastermind business system. And I'll read some of them for you, right? Thank you guys. Deborah, thank you all for the beautiful comments. All right, I'm going to go through the top 5 or 6 questions. So, can you explain the 3 parts of the business system? How does Gigi work compared to ChatGPT? How does, when you say a proven plan, what does that really mean? Does the Business Hub really have 12 other products in it? Is that all I really need? Do you share your actual marketing plans? Does Gigi really build some things for me? I took the $1 VIP on the way in. What is different between that? I just want to say this before we go any further. I'm sorry if there was a little confusion for some of you. We had some extra questions, and I'm going to raise my hand and say it's my fault. I had a desire for you to see Gigi on the way in. I wanted you to see how she could help you with conversation. She could help you go faster, and I made that decision, right? Sometimes we just wait and we bund it all in. And who's had fun with Gigi? Raise your hand or put it in the chat if you've had fun with Gigi, right? Is she amazing or what? If you like her, put a heart or something in the chat, right? But what I want to tell you is, just hopefully this helps with the confusion. The Gigi you have is 1.0. She's amazing. Great conversation with her, and she'll help you extract, work, and go faster. But it's not what you get in the Mastermind Business System. In the Mastermind Business System, it's Gigi 2.0, who's actually your partner. She works with you. She's integrated through the whole program. She actually builds some of your course and some of your pages with you. Did that clear it up a little bit? They're both great. But one is your partner and a builder, like an employee. One is, somebody put ChatGPT was a game changer, but this chat thinks like Tony and I, so it's different. I hope that makes sense. And then I thought to myself, let me just go to the whiteboard. I think in 3 or 5 minutes, I can really clear up all those questions. Cool? All right. So follow me over. When you first log into the Mastermind Business System, I'm hopefully going to be able to paint this picture. You say yes. Those of you already in, you get this. But the first thing you do is you get a welcome from Gigi, and you start a conversation with her. The reason we do this is because we want Gigi and our system to get to know you, to know where you're starting. Are you brand new? Have you been in this? You're looking to go to the next level? Because when you interact with Gigi and you'll start communicating with her, it's the first thing. It's a big red button that says, get started. Welcome to Mastermind. Let's get started, right? You'll interact with Gigi, and while you interact with her, she'll actually build your business plan based on the feedback that you have back and forth. I mean, when we say custom, it's like we want to make it so you understand. Yeah, that's the first slide that comes up. That's how you get started, is she wants to get to know you, right? And you could talk about things like, I want to do a coaching program, and of course, you could pull that down. But not only will you start building your business plan, then the next thing is you'll schedule a live onboarding call with our team to make sure you don't miss anything, to make sure you know how to use the software, the program, and the whole system. Make sense? So that's the first thing. So you go in and you go, hey, I had a great conversation with Gigi. You'll start making friends with her immediately. That's pretty cool, right? So once you do that, then the next thing, and I hope I explained this, and I'm sorry for the sloppy whiteboard. I thought after all the questions I saw last night, I came in early this morning and I wrote all this out. I'm like, Dean, you confuse some people. You got to make it clear. So once Gigi knows who you are and where you are, and you get her business plan, it comes over into our proven business plan. That is step by step. It's methodical. When you start off, not only do you get Tony and I 76 years of experience in this industry, we taught our hearts out, but so you get the right education, but also the team wanted to make it so you just didn't have 100 videos to go through and go, oh, I hope. No, it is step 1, step 2. This is what you do first. This is what you do next, right? You have videos, hot seats with Gigi, exercises and action steps, all strategically aligned by the team just to keep you moving forward. We don't want you to go, what do I do next? I'm going to go play pickleball. No, we want you to have this step-by-step plan. It's going to freak you out when you see the steps. So you got our experience. You get hot seats, videos, exercise, and action steps. And then you know where to start, what to do next, how to create your product, how to market and attract the right people, how to sell with elegance and service, and how to scale. And remember, now that you're in this Gigi 2.0, she's not just there to answer your questions. She's not just there to ask you questions, which she will. We call it a hot seat. She will ask you questions. Come on, Aubrey, tell me this. Come on, Randall, tell me this. Come on, Rachel, tell me this. I need to know this. And then she'll actually build some of your product for you. She'll build your landing pages. She'll build the pieces that you need. In fact, working with Gigi, if you could pull this up, I asked the team to just grab me 4 or 5 randoms. If you're on today, awesome, great work. But this is a page that Taylor built with Gigi inside our system. This is another one that Beth built in our system. This is another one. This isn't the whole page, but a snapshot of the page on joining a growing community of everyday people planning their own weddings. This site was beautiful. I looked at the whole thing this morning. This is the kind of stuff, you can pull that down. This is the kind of stuff that happens, but instead of you going, where do I build? How do I build? You have everything you need, and Gigi does it with you. Is that making sense? Listen, I still know I'm not going to answer every question for you, and I don't want to take all morning to do it. We got too much to learn today. But if I didn't explain this and you're like, I'm not sure that actually does everything I need, then you might not say yes. And you might go with someone else that doesn't care, doesn't have as good a product, and I would hate that. Okay? You'll hate it too someday when you build something great. And next piece is the cutting edge tool. So just think, you start by building a relationship with Gigi. You have the business plan with everything you need, the education to start building. Now you have the tool that literally replaces 12 other tools. I asked my team to make a list and make me this slide this morning. This is just some of the things it replaces. Builds courses, builds funnels, manage contacts, texts your clients, uploads videos, builds websites, email marketing, communities, memberships, call prospects, social media, integrations. That's all true. That's all in one spot. 2 years ago, year and a half ago, you'd have to go buy all of these, which we did. Anybody been in this business a while? Put it in the chat. You know this is all the stuff you need, and that's not even Zapier and all the other things you had to do. And if you go price those, well over $4,000 a year. I want to say this because people asked. There is not one other thing you need to buy to design, build, launch, and scale. Does that make sense? This is what our goal was. This took us $7 million in 7 years to get here. You wonder why I'm excited? But this is your entire business in one spot. Now, not only is Gigi assist you, again, through all of this, so you don't have to feel alone, we've done something I don't think anybody does in today's world. We have 24 hours, 7-day-a-week, live human support. I'm being really transparent when I say it's $100,000 a month. It costs us to keep this team that their whole job is there to go, oh, Chad's stuck. Ravi, you're stuck? No worries. Call us. I thought if Gigi can't handle it, call us. And it does something magical to have that, right? So you have 24 hours for it, and then now you have the opportunity when you're done with it, one click and it goes on our global marketplace. Pretty cool? You guys tracking along? You see why I get excited? See why I had to take just a few minutes to explain this? Then you have proven marketing plans. This is something that those of you that are in this industry already know its value. You should pay, if you're in this industry, you should buy all of this just for this. Because when it builds on the back of our proven marketing plans. I think we're pretty good at marketing. We got 800,000 people to register for this event, right? And we've done it over and over again. I've spent 30 years of my life trying to figure out the marketing plan. Well, you don't have to figure out all that stuff, because when you work with Gigi, she's going to model your marketing plan off of what Tony and I do. I know that's hard for new people, you newbies. You might not realize the value of that, but please know that's exactly what it does. Make sense? I hope this is clearing up a little bit more. And then lastly is the bonuses. Now, the bonuses are real simple. You get the Tony Robbins collection. Why? Because it's Tony Robbins, and he's been filming great stuff for 7 years, wanted you to have it in one spot. We all need a little hit of Tony once in a while, don't we? Raise your hand if sometimes you just need a little Tony Robbins in your life, right? I still do. The VIP World Summit. Don't take this lightly just because we're giving you a ticket. If you like this event, and this event's amazing, this is very inspirational, and we give you as much as we can in 3 hours a day. That's 8 hours a day. That's transformational. And let me give you the dates on that. It's July 24th through the 26th live, right? Amazing guests coming, and we'll do the work. And then last, there was a lot of questions on the social media co-pilot. Sometimes you do something so cool and people say, well, when is it and how do I partner and all? A couple of things I want to share. We partnered with a great company after looking at about 30 others, right? That's number one. Number two, we paid for it. You don't have to pay a dime. You don't have to pay anything extra. It immediately right now works with Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Within 2 months, they said a month, I'm saying 2, it'll be YouTube and TikTok. You'll have every social media platform. You don't have to pay any extra. It's not a trial. You get it for the entire year baked into with what we do. Cool? And yes, you have access to it right away. And of course, such a cool bonus was Matthew McConaughey's road trip. That is a $500 course, and it is killer, and it is on mindset. It's not teaching you how to do this. That's another one where you could look at this one and this one as Christmas presents. And you can open them anytime you want. You could jump in and start building, start doing, get a little lost, get in your head. I'm not sure. Go hang out with McConaughey for a few road trip sessions. You'll get right back. If you raise your hand or put it in the chat if you ever went through road trip. Randall, I know you did because I remember you going through it and putting it all over the place. You're going to have a little piece of McConaughey to get in your head. So this is what we put together. Raise your hand if this makes more sense now. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Here, let me put that down. Here's the thing. I could go deeper. I could go on forever, but I want to get to the education. But here's what I want you to know. Every year we make this better because we're hyper devoted to creating the first ever, the best ever comprehensive building and scaling system all in one place that's not complicated, where everything lives right there. Aim to doing one thing, help you succeed. Every single aspect is infused with our guided business development philosophy, meaning never allowing you to be alone. Make it efficient and make it the most affordable system in the world. Go price anybody else in the system. Nobody is at this price. Zero. And it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee just to make sure if you go, hey, it's not the greatest thing in the world, no worries, click a button. And in fact, take a look at some of the students. Anybody in the Facebook group last night? Oh my gosh. Take a look at some of these. I think these are worth reading. And then we'll get into Story Teach Tool. Michelle Walton, in just the past 36 hours, I've teamed up with Gigi to craft my mission statement, brainstorm catchy name for my new Facebook page, and dive into designing. Plus, been busy outlining, creating content for my 90-minute workshop. Amazing, Michelle. Great work. Way to freaking jump on it. I've been playing around with the Mastermind Business Hub, and the AI is so effective that it scared me. I created a whole 7-module program in 10 minutes by answering 5 questions. I told you Gigi's fun to work with. I'm not just making this stuff up. Look at this one. You ready? I'm happy to share that I launched my first digital product on Mastermind and I got my first sale in a few hours. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen to you, but can we say that's pretty darn cool for Newton? I hope I said you're right on Newton. Let's give it up for Newton for taking immediate, uncomfortable action, right? What did Dano say? Okay, the hub is amazing. Did anyone else check out the membership section? It makes it so smooth to add your course in there for the students. Way to go, Dano. Way to take action. I just made my first sale, my online course through Mastermind. Amazing. Can we, Bernice? Is it Bernice? I think it's Bernice. Let's give it up for Bernice for taking action. And then my team sent me this video that was in the Facebook group. Watch this. It's like 60 seconds long.
Oh my goodness, I just had to show you what I created in like an hour and a half while I was eating dinner and getting interrupted and everything. This is what I created. It's amazing. It's so easy to pull this together. I have used ClickFunnels. I have used Go High Level. I have used Kajabi. I have used WordPress. I have used just about everything between me and my clients. And this, I mean, it's a game changer. The game has changed.
Isn't that so cool? Like, you understand, after $7 million in 7 years, believe me, when we see that, we're like, yes, right? Listen, our whole goal was to take away the complexity. Make it simple so you actually use it, so you actually build, so you actually launch your product, and then you can learn how to do this, even if it's at a dinner table while you're feeding other people, right? We're so excited to be at this place for you. So 3 more quick questions, and we're going to get the Story Teach tool. Many of you asked, if I buy it at this rate, am I grandfathered in? And the answer is absolutely. We're not raising the price. That you are grandfathered in. This is the all-year-long rate. It comes out to $2.70 a day, and you can choose to either do 3 pay or 1 pay of $9.97, and you're all in. It includes everything here. It includes the bonuses. It includes GG 2.0 and all the other cool stuff. And yes, it's all grandfathered in. So the other thing is, if you already purchased last year at $9.97. I know I said this yesterday, but I want to be clear, and I want you to see what it's like to be a part of our family. We're going to automatically upload everything to your back office. We're going to unlock it. So everything's unlocked. So you don't have to do anything. If you paid $9.97 for this last year, right now, you don't have to do nothing. When you log in tomorrow or tonight, it'll all be there. Does that make sense? So this is the all year long price. Now, some of you are part of our Mastermind monthly. Thanks for being a part of our family. You're freaking awesome. Here's what I'll say to you. You know we do something crazy once a year. This is the best price with the greatest program with the best bonuses. It's a perfect time to save some money, upgrade, and go all in, right? And of course, your other payments stop immediately once you hit the button. And like I said, if you did the VIP upgrade, you got some amazing stuff. Gigi's there for you, but it's not this. I'd say to you, if you're ready to build, ready to launch, ready to scale, then today's the day to upgrade. And yes, the last question was, when do I have to decide? And the fact of the matter is, this offer is created once a year for this event. Yes, we do something, like I said, over the top. So if you're thinking, I can wait, I'll come back in a week or two. A week from now, if you come to the page, it'll say this offer's closed. And by the way, we start off a live kickoff together next Friday. So you're not going to want to miss that. So there's no better time to get started than right now. So a day doesn't become a week doesn't become a year, and then you forget when you were even excited about doing something. So that's the questions I wanted to answer for you. I wanted to get those out of the way. I hope I answered them all. Like I said, I probably did not explain everything perfectly, but I did my absolute best. Now I'm excited to get to the Story Teach Tool framework. Who's ready for Story Teach Tool? All right. So when you teach something, let's switch gears here for a minute. When you teach something, if you break it down into these 3 components, that you tell a story or a scene in your life that's entertaining and also sets up the training. It sets up how you know. I'm going to give you some examples. So I'm just giving you high level here. And then if you tell that story, then what did that experience teach you so you could teach them? Right? I went through this journey, and along this journey of weight loss, divorce, building my business, starting my accounting firm, whatever it is, learning how to fly fish, I learned these 3 things, these 5 things, and then you teach that. And the last part of that concept is a tool or an exercise that can help them anchor it in to take action in the moment so they build momentum. Does that make sense on a high level? tell a story, teach what you learned, get them to take an action. I lost a lot of weight, right? Oh, thanks for the cheers, but I'm just making this up. I lost a lot of weight because I went through something. During that, I learned 5 easy steps on how to do it without being hungry, without doing it. And here's the action. Go into your pantry right now and throw out these 5 things, right? Story, teach, tool. And let me tell you, I just want to back up a little bit. Some of you might be thinking, I'm not sure I'm qualified or I have the confidence to teach or share my experience. I totally get that. I don't want to keep beating up my past, but when I started, believe me, I was massively insecure about coaching or teaching anyone. I watched Tony. He just made it. I mean, he's just got the voice, the height, the size, the clap, that when he hits his chest, the whole room vibrates. It's like, I'm like, his is like, right? I'm thinking of all these things. I struggled with dyslexia. I barely graduated high school. I didn't go to college. So I felt a little bit like that imposter. But this one thing, this one shift, when I started thinking through this lens, I'm like, oh, I have a story. Oh, I could teach on what I learned. Oh, I could give them an exercise. I can give them a tool. So that's what we're going to do. So as I'm teaching you about something I've done, I want you to think in the back of your mind is, oh, where can I grab a story to set this teaching point up? Making sense? Okay. So I wrote a book called Millionaire Success Habits. It was my best-selling book, over 1 million copies. I feel blessed. It's a great book. But when I wanted to teach on habits, right, if I just talked about habits immediately, like you need to change your habits to have a successful life. How does that feel if I immediately say that? It's like, Frank, it's like, right? Okay, habits, right? But if I don't jump right in and I can give a little context and I can give a little story behind it, I can make it a little entertaining, a little intriguing, right? I can get people captivated. So I'm going to tell you a story that's true. And when I say a story, I want you to remember, again, I'm just teaching this. I don't have slides today. I don't have a whiteboard for this one. But what I want you to think is you don't want to tell the whole story of your life. Sometimes, you know that saying, sometimes you ask somebody what time it is and they tell you how the watch is built, right? Jane, I see you shaking your head, right? Like long talkers, like, hey, I just asked where the grocery store was. It's like you didn't have to tell me what's on aisle 5 and what's on aisle 7 and that your grandparents still go there. Like, just where's the grocery store? Could I just get the address? So what I want you to think about is not the whole story of your life. I want you to think about the scene of your life that sets up the thing you want to teach. Making sense? Okay. So I want to tell you a little story. So I told you a little bit about my past. I grew up and my parents did work really hard. Hard working people. My dad worked his tail off. My mom worked 3 jobs, but never had anything. Probably why I built those slides on raise your value in the marketplace. My parents were just in the wrong boat their whole life. That's just the true story. I love them dearly, and I feel blessed that I retired both of them in my mid-20s. Still send them both a check every 2 weeks. They're alive. The cars they drive, the houses they live in. It's the greatest honor in my life to do that for my amazing parents, right? But they were in the wrong boat. I was lucky enough to notice this at a young age. Now, I wouldn't say I was articulate, but I realized that the habits of my mother and father, they were married 9 times between them. 5 and 4. We moved 20 times by the time I was 19. We didn't have money. There was dysfunction. So everybody has habits. Isn't that true? Do we all have habits? Right? But the habits my parents have didn't serve them. And I recognized that. And then I started noticing just a couple other people in my town that seemed like they had things going on. They were investing in real estate. They drove nice cars, lived in good houses. I saw them walking with their wives and holding hands. And I got to know Joey Noto and Dominica Fuso. They're probably 45 years older than me. And I made friends with them. And they weren't everyday mentors. I didn't see them on Christmas and their birthdays. But I saw them at least 3 times a month. And I would talk and ask questions. And what I recognized is that they had habits too. But they had habits to allow them to be a little happier. They had habits to make them successful. They had habits that made them see in an optimistic kind of way, not a pessimistic kind of way. They had habits where they were still married to their wives and their kids all went to their houses on the weekends. I had never had that. So I'm like, I get it. Everybody's got habits. You could have a habit to get up in the morning, eat 2 bagels, a donut, and smoke a cigarette. Or you can have a bagel, or you can have a habit to get up in the morning, drink a green drink, and work out. Both habits. One serves you, one doesn't. True? So what I realized at a young age is, hey, if I replace my habits or my parents' habits with habits that they have, damn, I could change my life. And I'm blessed to say that I truly was a millionaire in my 20s. Between cars and real estate, I made it. So that's my story. Wasn't saying it to brag or share, but that's my story about habits. Who's a little intrigued on what those habits are now? Right? So now, do you see how that's set up? That was the story of Story Teach Tool. That was the story. You have a story around one of the teaching points you want to do, correct? You can think of one. If you don't have it right at the front of your mind right now, I want you to think about, what's a story that made me want to help people through this or get them the results of this? The story makes people go, okay, I'm ready. Like folded arms to, okay, tell me. So that was a story. Here's the teach part. During that journey of switching habits, I realized a few things. I realized my actions could dictate my emotions rather than letting my emotions dictate my actions. I realized that at a young age. My dad's emotions were so stirred up from the trauma he went through as a child that his emotions made him do dumb stuff. And what I realized with these other gentlemen is they got bad news sometimes. They took a breath. And they made certain calls. They gave people grace. They made some moves. They took some action, and they let their actions dictate their emotions. Wow! Right? Another one I learned is I always used to think someday I could give myself permission to be happy. I could feel joy when I finally get successful. Want to know something crazy? I realized you could have a habit of finding joy first. And I believe success comes quicker when you could say, hey, I'm not where I want to be yet, but I am happy because I am on the right path. And I just realized these guys were just happy even though they were dealing with a lot of stuff. And I was thinking, oh, I can't be happy yet. I got to wait till I'm successful. Make sense? Now, I'm not really teaching this, but I kind of am because it's fun. I also realized 3 other quick things. The voice inside my head was a liar. And it could be rewritten. It would lie to me and say, you're too small, you have that much money, you have dyslexia, you can't do this. BS. These 2 guys that were doing well, their families were Italian immigrants. They came from nothing. I was like, they could do it. I could do it. One of them went to 7th grade, by the way. Right? So it was the perfect person for me. And then the last 2 things, and these are just my earliest memories of habits I shifted. Listening to the wrong people means that the only thing you can get is their outcome. I'm like, oh, my broke friend telling me how to get rich. My dad giving me advice on marriages. I love him. I'll take advice on a lot of stuff, but not marriage, right? And I also realized if I did what successful people do, I can get the same results. Okay, so I told you the story about why habits are important to me. Everybody get that? And these are some of the things I learned. I just taught story and teach. I hope this is landing with you. Like I said, I'm just kind of winging this because this is a part of who I am. But I promise you, you guys have a story. Dan, you got a story you could think of? Roxanne, you got a story you could think of? Doug? Ryan? Right? Rachel? And then just think of the lessons you learned through that story. And then the last part is, what actions can you give them? Right? What actions could you give them? Meaning a tool. Just to keep the momentum. Right? So I told you, I shared with you the story about habits. I gave you some of the lessons I learned. So if I was capping this little training off with you with the tool part, you know what I'd say? All right, here's what I want you to do. I want you to make a short list on a piece of paper, or do it on your phone, and write down 3 of the habits that take you away from the man or the woman that you're meant to be. I guarantee all 3 of you have 3 habits that can take you away. I spend 2 hours a day on my damn phone. That's not taking me towards, and here's what I'd say, no gray area. It either takes you towards the woman you want to be or it takes you away from the woman you want to be. Takes you towards the man you want to be or away from the man. No gray area. Could we all list 3 things, 3 habits we have that don't serve us? Raise your hand if that's true, right? And then I'd say, circle the one that hurts you the most and try to conquer it this week. That's it. That's a tool. So I just gave you a story. Then I shared some things I learned during that journey, during that experience. If you read Matthew McConaughey's book, if you go through Road Trip, if you're going to be a part of MBS and you get Road Trip, you'll see everything he does. Tells a story of going to Africa and what he learned there. He tells this fun story. And then when he learned when he was there, here's the 3-4 lessons. He learned always to say all this stuff. And then he gives you a little tool at the end. It's all through Road Trip. You'll see the whole, and you'll go, oh, that's it. Watch Tony. Next time you see Tony, you're going to go, oh, there's a story. Oh, that's what he's teaching. Oh, look, he's getting us to do an exercise. And once you understand this cadence, the stress goes away on teaching your teaching points, right? You could create this tool, and here's the best part. You can build all of this with Gigi. If you put your story in to Gigi, all you got to do is click the button and tell your story to Gigi and say, do me a favor. Could you create 3 things I learned during this story and a tool for them? I promise you, I did it last night. I was in Gigi last night. I did it 5 or 6 times with different topics. It laid them out and built the tool. Pretty cool? Who likes Story Teach Tool? Ann, you like that? Andrea, I see you. I see you, Denise. I see you, Dennis. Listen, you didn't just do an exercise just now. You saw a framework. And once you have a framework to something, it never is scary ever again, right? The only time you're ever scary is like, how do I approach it? Once you get it. And you get to use a real life story, a real life scene in your life, so you can inspire them with a story, teach them with what you learned, give them the tool. That's how you make your pain or your experience your power. That's how you become your business. Pretty cool? I hope I slayed that dragon for you. All right, this morning, I wanted a couple of things. I wanted to get those questions out of the way. I don't want anybody holding back because I wasn't so clear. I get excited. I can't wait to share. Sometimes I miss some stuff. I probably did for some of you, but here's the thing. That's why we have an entire team. Once you're a part of this, there's no question that goes unanswered. Between Gigi and our team, you're never left alone. And I just want you to know that, right? And I wanted to give you a Story Teach tool so you could start building that confidence. Like, oh, I mean, here's what I hoped. By the end of day 1, you go, damn, I do have something to share. And there is people that need it. And this is how I deliver it. And I can get some cool help. By day 2, I hope you're realizing, hey, here's 3 spots where I could sell it. Here's how I could talk to people. And others are doing it great, and I can have this service. By the end of today, I want you to realize I could deliver this, no problem with Story Teach Tool. I'm not alone. I can do this. Today's the day I kill all old beliefs and decide to be that best version of me. So that's our goal today. It's a big one. And this next presenter, this next speaker, ooh, it's going to feel like church. A little bit. I'm just going to say, I hope you're ready for this. She's an unparalleled force in the world of coaching and speaking and empowerment. She empowers others to unlock their true potential. She is hands down one of the most requested global speakers. She's a best-selling author. She's touched the lives of about 110 million people worldwide. Crazy. Her journey is one that shows the power of resilience, the power of purpose, the power of perseverance. I love when she says, choose commitment over convenience. Man, that stuck with me for years when she said that. What I love about Lisa Nichols is her reach truly goes beyond the stage and screen. She runs a nonprofit. She helps teenagers. I help support that this year. Helps prevent suicide, encouraging dropouts to return to school, families to reunite. She's an amazing person. She's become a dear friend. Her mission is to ignite the human spirit, and we can't wait for you to hear from her today. So everyone, can we please give a huge welcome to Lisa Nichols. There you go. I see you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Dean. I'm so excited to be here with you. I'm so excited for all the time that we get to have together and for this conversation, how to thrive in 2025. That's the conversation that I want to be a part of. So thank you so much for inviting me. I'm excited to stop by. Now, listen, I got to tell you, in the last 7 days, I've been in 3 countries delivering 4 keynotes and about 4 or 5 states. So I just stopped by. And when I say I just stopped by, I mean, I really just stopped by. I stopped by to stir your soul. I stopped by to challenge any form of mediocrity that might still be lingering in your spirit, knowing that your champion wants to jump out and make a big difference. I stopped by to celebrate the person that you are, and to help be the midwife, ideally, to the person, the genius, the brilliant mind of contribution that you are becoming. I stopped by to align with you, that you're in the right place at the right time with the right people. Hey, doing the right thing. And I stopped by to remind you that you can't sit down, that you can't slow down, that there are people counting on you to rise up one more time, to stand up 2 more times, to use your voice, to share your strength, to step into your greatness, to find reasons, more reasons to get up and run than to sit down on who you're becoming. I stopped by to do all of that. I look at my life and it's unrecognizable. I look at my history and it's unrecognizable. Like I'm blown away. I'm constantly blown away at my story. When I see the videos on me or I look on social media, I'm blown away that that's who I am. The woman who has built a multi-million-dollar business, who has over 8 bestsellers, who has traveled the globe and sat with kings and queens. I'm blown away at her because I remember the entire journey. I remember when I was sitting there wondering, should I? Could I? Can I? If I did it, will it work? Will it work for me? I remember every moment, every chapter of the story. And so I'm blown away when I get to come and stand here from this position, from a life that's barely recognizable, from a life that I couldn't even, people say, you must be doing things on your bucket list. I said, my bucket list wasn't even this good. I didn't even write this stuff down. I'm excited because I remember what it felt like to be inside the dream from the beginning or the middle. I'm now what I feel like in my legacy years. So I stopped by to encourage you to play big and play tall and play big and play strong and just play big. That it's okay to have your knees knocking and your teeth chattering. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be playing big anyway. You know, I often looked at reasons why I could keep going, and they're countered with the reasons and the times when I wanted to quit. You know, when I started swimming, I love swimming. Some of you guys know I've been an athlete for many, many years, and I swam competition. See, swimming was my child care. I was a latchkey kid, and we can get into the pool for a quarter and stay in the pool for a quarter for like 7 hours. So my brother and I had to get to the pool by 9 a.m., and we could not leave the pool until 5 p.m.-ish. And so I started swimming competition. And I loved swimming competition. And I just believe this story might be for you in your own journey. I love swimming competition, but I had one small problem. I would always, somebody type in chat, always. I would always come in dead last. If they had 12 lanes, I come in 12. If they had 8 lanes, I come in 8. If they had 6 lanes, I come in 6. One time, they had 11 lanes. And the judge put on it that I came in, on the back of my ribbon, that I came in 12th place. I said, Judge, I didn't come in 12th, I came in 11th. He said, honey, you came in dead last. Now, you got to know, I would come in dead last. Say dead last. Type in chat dead last. Yeah. Okay, well, wait. I want you to type it the way you would say it. Dead last. Put some more ease on that. Like, you know, if you was talking to somebody like, yeah, girl, she came in dead last. I would always come in, yep, exactly, just like that. Yep, mm-hmm. And so I would always get this thing called an honorable mention. I see some of y'all laughing already. You know what this means. An honorable mention is a ribbon that basically says, thank you for showing up. You didn't do diddly squat, but we didn't want you to leave here empty-handed. Y'all come back now, you hear? Like I would always go home with an honorable mention. And because my mother didn't know what an honorable mention meant, she actually would hang all the honorable mentions up on the wall right outside the kitchen. My brother nicknamed it Lisa's Loser Shrine. So I decided one day, I just can't do this anymore. I can't do it anymore. So I go to my grandmother's house because she's the safest person I know on the planet to make any major decision that everybody else might disagree with. I go to my grandmother's house. I said, Grandma, I came over to tell you that I'm tired of coming in dead last. Now, just type your name in chat if you can relate to this. I'm tired of giving my all and feeling like I'm getting nothing back in return. I'm tired of showing up day after day after day and feeling like there's no result worth showing up for anymore. Like I'm just tired. I'm tired of people not appreciating me. Come on, I see your name. I'm tired of not even hearing the word thank you. I know I came in dead last, but I did my best. Grandma, I decided that I wanted to come over here and tell you, be the first to know, I quit. And my grandmother looked up at me like I just start talking a whole nother language. No hablo español. I was like, I quit, ma'am. Like I didn't know what she needed to hear. And she looked at me in the face and she said, sweetheart, come here and sit down. She says, I know you're young, so you don't know everything. So maybe I need to remind you. She said, you're built from a long, and I just got to say, somebody came here for this. So as you hear the rest of this story, if this is for you, I just want to type your name in chat. Just let me know who I came for. She said, I know that you think you got the option. She said, but you come from a long, long line of winners. She said, and quitters never win, and winners never quit. She said, your great-great ancestors, they had a hard time. They really had it rough, much rougher than you. She said a lot of people during that time, that era, they died, but not your ancestors, not your great-great ancestors, because they knew quitters never win and winners never quit. She said your great-great-grandparents, they picked cotton from sun up to sundown, blistering toes and blistering fingers, and a lot of people died during that time, but not yours, because they mustered up something in them knowing that quitters never win and winners never quit. She said, and your mama and your daddy, they don't have the luxuries that you have, baby. And I know you think they're crazy sometimes. I said, yes, I do. She said, but you have to know something. You don't even know about their hardest days because they'll never let you know, because quitters never win and winners never quit. She looked at me and said, so I know you think you have the option of quitting. Who am I talking to right now? She said, I know you think you got the option of quitting, baby. She said, but quitting ain't even in your blood. She said, so you go on back out there and you do your best, and I'll go ahead and I'll just say the prayer I always say, thank you for giving my daughter the victory before she ever starts the race. I'll do my prayer and you do your part. But quitting ain't an option. I looked at my grandmother. I said, hold up, Grandma. I know you think I won, and I know God say I won, but the judge keeps giving me the honorable mention. Somebody needs to tell the judge that I'm a winner. She said, go on out there and swim. When I tell you guys, I walked away saying, I'm not ever coming over here again to quit anything. I show up the next day to the swim meet. Now, mind you, I was scared at this swim meet because this team was mean in the pool. They were fast in the pool, and they were mean out of the pool. They'll beat you in swimming, then they'll beat you up out the pool. So I'm nervous. I walk into the gym and into the pool area stadium, and I see the worst sight ever. I mean, the worst sight ever. My entire family in the bleachers. Lisa, we love you, girl. We see you. I'm like, what? How did they get here? How did they get? There's only one thing worse, y'all, than coming in dead last. Say dead last. Type the way you know, dead last. It's having your family witness you come in dead last. I said, oh my God, they're going to be at the next 4th of July in the corner saying, yeah, girl, she was splashing water everywhere. She came in dead last. Everybody out the pool. I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing here? See, my family had never come to see me swim because it's the middle of the day and everyone was at work. Why are you here? They're like, Lisa, we got your back, girl. I'm like, I don't want you to have my back. I want you to leave. I said, how did you find out about the swim meet? Grandmama called us. Y'all go help that baby. Go support that baby. I'm like, oh, Lord, I don't need the support. I don't need the support. I don't want any witnesses for what's about to happen. So I walk over to the judge. Hi, Judge. My name is Lisa. I'm here for the 15-16 freestyle. Can I just get my honorable mention now and we just skip the whole coming in dead last part? I mean, I'm cool. And the judge said something I didn't expect. He said, Lisa, I'm sorry, sweetheart. You missed your heat. Oh, I did? Oh, I shouldn't look so happy. I mean, I did? That's okay. It's okay. I was so excited. And then he said the words I didn't see coming. He yells out, Coach, would you like to have her swim with the 17, 18-year-olds? We have one lane left. What? No. I don't want to swim with the 17, 18-year-olds. The 15-year-olds have me for lunch. The 17, 18-year-olds, I'm going to be an appetizer too. No, I don't want to swim with them. Ixnay, onay. Threw me into a whole nother language. He talks to my coach. My coach looks at me and says, Lisa, go ahead and swim. You need the practice. No, I don't. I don't need the practice. I have mastered losing. I have a loser shrine named after me. Lisa, you need the practice. So I get on deck. And I got to tell you, the one lane that's available is the center lane. This is getting worse every moment. I get in the center lane. I look to my right. There's a bunch of really big girls. I'm 15. They're like 17, 18. They're like big girls. I look to my left. They're there too. And there's a big difference between a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old or 18-year-old. At 15, I had on my bathing suit, blue bathing suit with blue lace. At 18, Speedo. At 15, I had my hair going back in cornrows with matching blue barrettes. At 18, Speedo cap. I was like, oh, you're intense. At 15, don't judge me. I had on waterproof mascara. At 18, goggles. I was like, oh my God, I think I'm in trouble. So I get on deck, and this is me, real time. Hi. I'm in the center lane. Hi. My name is Lisa. Hi. Would you wait for me after we finish, please? No matter how long I take, would you wait for me? I'm trying to be friendly, but this is all I got. I was like, whoa, they are intense. Okay, I can do that. And then it happened. Swimmers to the mark. God, you said that all I need to do is have faith, to have the faith of a mustard seed. I think I need the faith more like a watermelon seed for this one. But you said if I just believe, if I believe that I could do it, if I believe in me, if I believe in 1,000 second chances, if I can believe that the miraculous can be done, if I believe that I can grow, then maybe things will change. Said, I'm ready to believe. I'm ready to believe that I could do something amazing. I'm ready to believe that my past does not equal my future. I'm ready to believe. Pow! The gun goes off. I hit the water. Quitters never win. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. Winners. I start chanting what my grandmother said. Quitters never win. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. Come on, chant with me. Quitters never win. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. Winners never quit. I pulled my right arm back. There was one girl equal to me. I said, oh, today, she coming in what? Dead last. Yes, type that in chat. She coming in dead last. I'm not coming in dead last. Come on, y'all. Chant with me nice and loud. Quitters never win. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. I did the flip turn. I turned around. Quitters never win. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. Winners never quit. I hit the wall. I looked to my left. There was no one there. I looked to my right. There was no one there. I said, dang, I'm so slow they got out the pool already. Like, they already out the pool. I'm getting slower by the day. And then I look up, and I see something I never thought I'd ever see. My coach is screaming, Lisa, Lisa, look behind you. Look behind you. Lisa, look behind you. I'm like, what? I look behind me. The first person had just hit the halfway mark. But you know your mindset. Sometimes you got to be willing to really pull your mindset out of its old stinking thinking. I looked at my coach and said, Coach, was I supposed to swim 3 laps? I could go and swim them right now. She said, no, Lisa, what did you do differently? What did you do differently? I was like, mascara. I put my barrettes on. Oh, I chanted something that my grandmother said. She said, what did your grandmother say? I said, quitters never win and winners never quit. I said, Coach, what happened? Why are these people just getting to the edge of the wall right now? What is going on? She leaned down to me. She said, sweetheart, at age 15, you just broke the national record for 17, 18-year-old freestyle. Oh, my God, are you kidding me? Oh, my God, are you kidding me? Oh, my God, are you kidding me? Never done that. I've never done that. Yes. Oh, that day, I didn't take home an honorable mention. I took home a huge trophy. The only thing that changed, the only variable that changed was a conversation going on in my head. So I invite you to transform your conversation if it's getting in the way of the man, the woman you're becoming. I invite you to become radical for your future's behalf. I invite you to evict the stinking thinking that says it won't work. It can't work. I invite you to introduce to yourself, it has to work. See, you can't wait for it to become convenient to do this, because your conviction and your convenience don't live on the same block. Are you convicted? Are you called for such a time as this? You are the solution that we've been looking for. You know that. You know that to be so. And it's going to require you to get mildly to moderately to significantly uncomfortable in some form of stretch, expand, and radical action. Because what my grandmother says is that when you're sitting in your rocking chair and you've lived a full life and you're looking back at your story, you want to be able to tell your story to anybody that's listening. But right now, in this moment, the decision that you get to make in this moment, this decision makes sure that the story is going to be good to tell. Here's what I know. You are the author of your own autobiography, and you are the designer of your destiny, and nobody can write your story but you. So in this chapter of your life, what kind of story will you write? I jumped in the water and I got wet, and I realized that quitters never win and winners never quit. Or I sat on the sideline, stayed dry, but I never saw who I could become. I just stopped by to stir your soul. I just stopped by to make it mildly to moderately to significantly uncomfortable for you to sit down in any form of mediocrity. I stopped by to remind you that your greatest day and your greatest experience is on the other side of your next yes. Yes and yes. And as you do that, as you jump in, as your sister friend, I'll always be beside you, cheering you on, saying, you are right. Quitters never win, and winners never quit. Go be a winner. Thank you so much.
Light up the chats. Wow. Wow, I see you, Stephen. Wow, Lisa's so good. You're right, Lorna. You're right, Rachel, Sarah, Denise, Terry. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Tell me that doesn't fire you up. Raise your hand if you just feel that emotion. Who's going to think of that? Quitters never win, winners never quit. Next time you think of quitting, recap that search. Well, I love her so much. I'm so grateful. Light up the chat so she sees it. You know, I've heard that story before. I love it. I love that story. It gives me goosebumps. It makes me excited. I'd like to hear it once a month for the rest of my life, right? But you got to remember something. The foundation of that story was belief, wasn't it? She wasn't a different athlete. She didn't grow overnight. She didn't get stronger overnight. The only difference of the dead last, Lisa, and setting a national record was the belief that she could. That incantation of her saying just said, I can do. I see you, Caleb, right? And how many times in life have we said, we can't, we change our story, and we do. And we don't just do little, we do big. So today's that day let's shift these beliefs. Because I wrote down, the only difference is the belief that she had. And that might be what you need today. The only thing you might need today is the belief. We have the resources. If you have the belief, you'll be resourceful enough to make it happen. Is that true? We need both. We need resources and resourcefulness. I love when she said, no stinking thinking. It's time for conviction. I love when I've said, conviction and convenience don't live on the same side of the street. Maybe live a little bit harder for the next 6 months or the next year so you can live decades into who you're meant to be. I'm up for that. Always up for that. You guys? Now, I want to take just a minute here, and I want to tie it to an exercise. If you're a part of our family, you know I love this. Is another one of those exercises like Story Teach Tool that has completely shifted my life. But I want to remind you on how this process works. So follow me over to the whiteboard. If any of you have ever seen this, I'm going to do it. Usually I do it in a half hour. I'm going to do it in 5 minutes. But you're all here for a reason. And all change starts with being honest. This is your starting point. You showed up to this event because something is calling you. Maybe you're disturbed with things in your life. That's okay. Be honest with yourself. Life's okay, but I know I'm meant for more. Or life's good, but there's another level for me. It's like GPS. Don't we need a starting point before we find a destination? Right? So where are you right now? If you want to put it in the chat, put in the chat where you are. Not liking your career, ready to impact more lives, want to grow a business, finally ready to do the whole thing, do your own thing. You want to unlock your creativity, right? I'm ready to start a new chapter in my life. I'm ready to impact others. I'm frustrated. I'm good, but I want more. Not enjoying my current job. I'm ready for purpose, right? I just need to know what to do. I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to impact others. I'm going to rewrite my story. This is amazing because we all need the starting point. And again, I'm going through this quick. But remember, all change starts with being honest. Are we blessed? Of course we are. All of us are here. 170,000 people die a day. We didn't. You might be going through something, but you're here to fight another day. Of course we're blessed, but it doesn't mean we have to settle, right? So where are you with complete honesty? You could kill that music. Where are we with complete honesty is how it all starts. Got that? Then the next part, I'm glad someone said I'm on fire right now. I love it. I'm glad you're on fire, Keith. That's what we're here for. And that's what Lisa does better than anyone, right? So if you know where you are, again, I'm going through this quick, then the next part is, where do you want to go? Now, I know that might seem like a duh, but no, so many times in life we focus on what we don't want rather than what we do want. It's easy to avoid things that are annoying, but now we need a compelling future we can think about every day. And I'm hoping your desire and your thoughts on where you could go over the next year, even working with us over the next year, what could happen over the next year? So here's what I'd love for you to write down right now. And you can light up the chat. If it was a year from now, and we were back here celebrating the best year of your life, and you came on and I called you up on the screen, what had to happen to make it the best year of your life? Maybe with the income that you're making, maybe the impact that you're making, maybe the time that you have, or the control that you have, right? If it was a year from now, it was the greatest year of your life, and you're looking back feeling confident, feeling amazing. You walk in a room and your friend's like, what happened? Shelly's looking amazing. Shelly, what's going on in your life? Or Janet, or Chad, or Anne-Marie, right? If it was a year from now, it was the greatest year of your life. What had to happen, right? Look at all this, amazing. More confidence in my life, income, impact, freedom to travel. I'm going to have 100 clients. I love it. I love the specificity. Remember, fuzzy targets don't get hit. Think of, no, these are the things I'm transferring other people. I have remote income, 6-figure income in my sleep with the least effort. I got out of the golden cage. I love that. Self-satisfaction, impact, money, and freedom. 2 million by 2028. Love it, right? In 1 year, my course is on the way. My products are selling very well. I take my business to the next level. I'm making millions of dollars in my business. Enough income to not worry about it. Got over myself. I'm serving others. I helped 1,000 people buy their first commercial property. Andrew, I think that was Andrew. Right on point, right? All of these are on point. Financial independence. I have a positive impact on lives. This is amazing. This is why we're here. Right? So again, I'm going quick. I hope you don't mind that. But if you know where you are with complete honesty and you can craft your compelling future, and I'd say write it down today and look at it every day. And people say, how long? As long as it takes. But this is something I learned from Tony decades ago, is this doesn't happen unless you attach an emotion, unless you attach your heart. You need a compelling reason why. Why do you want to go from where you are to where you want to be? What is that emotion? You know, when you were listening to Lisa share, winners never quit, quitters never win, winners never quit, quitters never win, and you're thinking about that. I don't know about you guys, the hair was standing up on my arms, and I'm thinking where I was and where I want to go. In my heart, I know why I've worked so hard, and I'd love for you guys to think about it. For me, and again, I'm not just talking about, I don't want to make it about me. I'm trying to spark something in you. But for me, I watched my mom struggle too much as a kid, and I didn't want to go backwards. I didn't want to live that lifestyle. Number two, I didn't feel like I had choices as a kid. I felt like whatever if my parents were going through, I had to be drug along with it. So I wanted my kids to have choices. Not spoiled, but choices. But the main thing that I realized when I really dug into my why is I wanted to be in control of my life, control of my calendar, control of the decisions I make. I realized my craziness as a child, the byproduct was I didn't ever feel in control. New step-parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, they were always gone in and out, different houses. I work every day, so no one tells me how to raise my kids. No one tells me that I can't go to jiu-jitsu practice and then to dance practice and then to softball and then to tennis, take my kids to school. Nobody tells me to do any of those things because I'm in control of my decisions. That might not be your desire, but for me, I would die for that. I would crawl across broken glass. I'd punch through a wall because no one is going to say, oh, sorry, you can't go to your daughter's dance recital today because you have to work. Hell no. That's mine. I don't know what yours is, but you need to attach a why. Is that making sense? Let me hear it in the chat. Why do you want to do this? I'm ready to take my power back, to start, maintain, complete, make enough money to end the family curse. That's That's the one. When you get out of your head and you feel it in your heart the way you felt when Lisa was sharing, when you feel that, what can't you do? Day one, when Tony was pulling those into your heart, do you remember that? In that state, in your heart, what can't you do? Nothing. Freedom, control, break the cycle. I'm good enough. I'm financially free. I want my sons to be proud of. I could be emotional. I want my sons to be proud of you. They already are, but they'll be more proud, right? I want financial freedom. I want to take care of my mother. I want to be present in my son's, that my son deserves. My son's freedom for his life. Aletta, amazing. I'm authentic. I'm fulfilled. Look at these amazing things coming in, and we need that. Because let me just tell you, if you just said, I want to make more money, it's not enough. It's not enough, because when you hit the first obstacle or somebody says no, or the first course doesn't sell as many as you thought, you go, oh, this doesn't work, and you give up. No, remember this. If I said this day one, if you're in the right industry, you are, or hopefully will be. If you model proven practices, Tony and I, 76 years, the greatest thing we've ever created. The only thing left is to persist until you succeed. This is the thing that will make you persist until you succeed, that heart. So bring it out in front every single time. Make sense? And the last part, to go from here, from where you are to where you want to be, you have your compelling future, you attach your heart. The next thing is, what capabilities do you need to close the gap? That's why they call this a gap analysis. You want to close the gap. You want to bring this and be here, right? How do you close the gap? And that's the how. That's the capabilities you need to go there. If you're ready to go from here, to live into your full potential, to do this, if this is the industry, then I want to tell you, Tony and I have the how. That is the Mastermind Business System. Everything I described on the whiteboard this morning, I hope I answered all your questions. Listen, here's a fact. If it feels like we're working hard to enroll you, or I am, it's true, we are. We know how good this is, and we want you to experience it. We know that you're enough. We know that you know enough. And we know that you can achieve the things that will make you proud if you have the right skills and capabilities. We also know that without the right plan and without the right guidance, this will fade. You'll be searching again in 3 or 4 months for something else. Listen, we know this industry. We know this community. We know this business system. We know this plan. We know this guide and this tool. It is the game changer that you've been looking for. We know the results you could achieve with us compared to doing it alone. So here's what I'd love to offer you. We're going to take our last enrollment break before we have Gary Brecka and Tony Robbins and an amazing ending. But right now, I would encourage you to take the action to say, I'm in or I'm not. But if you're ready to be in, we have never created something so powerful. This is the greatest thing we have ever done. And once a year, we go all in. Wouldn't it be great to wake up tomorrow morning and know you're a part of something bigger than you? Thank you. I'm in. So remember, you get the right guide. We talked about Gigi. This is Gigi 2.0 that works with you, for you, builds for you. You have the proven plan from guys doing it for 76 years, plus the business plan. It takes you one step at a time so you're never lost. You get the cutting edge tool. It replaces 12 tools all in one spot, and Gigi's a part of all of it working with you. You have our new marketplace, the Tony Robbins collection, the Mastermind World Summit. You get social media co-pilot. You don't have to pay for that. We did. And of course, you get McConaughey's fun course that you can use as a Christmas present anytime you want. You get it all for $997 all year long. That's $2.70 a day. We're going to take, like I said, a little break here. Go to joinmbs.com. I promise you're going to feel amazing when you're done. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't leave, because we have an amazing end of the day. Again, Gary, Tony. But this time, it's for you. Once you're in, put it in the chat. I'll see you here in a few minutes.
stuck in a hurricane. 'Cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, let's take it one day at a time. such a simple word. And us is much more than you heard. Two little letters come together, and then loneliness is cured. Yeah, us is something like a dream. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And us is fun and fancy free. Oh yes indeed. Two little letters come together, and then us makes you and me. I can't get enough, enough, enough. I can't get enough, enough, enough. I love us. Not just another fantasy. Us is as real as can be. Two little letters change forever, and we will touch the skies above the sea. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Launching your knowledge business has never been this simple, fast, affordable, guided, and interactive. This is the system Tony and Dean wish they had when they started. Created by two people who helped build this industry, fuel its growth, and spent a combined 76 years mastering what it takes to succeed. And now they've put it into a single platform just for you. But why do so many people never start?
I don't have the confidence.
What if no one buys? I'm afraid to put myself out there.
I don't know where to start.
Most people don't start or succeed because they don't have the right guide, the right plan, and the right tools. They try to do it alone, and they usually get stuck. But let's meet Tom, Anna, and Ashley. Anna is a busy mom who wants to start a successful side hustle so she can help her family. And Tom, he's a professional photographer who wants to grow his social media. And Ashley has a corporate career but wants to lean into her passion for healthy eating and teach others how to do the same. Let's find out how. The Mastermind business system was designed for them so they can stop guessing and start doing. For example, with Mastermind's business plans, Anna has the proven direction she needs to hit the ground running and start taking action to build her own business. Ashley doesn't have to worry either. Her AI business guide, Gigi, is always by her side, helping her make smart, quick decisions as she builds her business, and actually eliminating a lot of the technical work and time that used to be required until now. Gigi can even help you build your course, community, funnels, emails, and so much more. She truly is there for you every step of the way. And when she's happy with her product, Ashley can publish it on our global public marketplace with the click of a button. And here's the cool part. Ashley's entire business is all in one place, from funnels, courses, payments, email, even fancy automations, so she truly has a start-to-finish solution to succeed online. Now we go to Tom, who's ready to build a social media following and attract the right people. The only problem was before he wasted hours a week and spun his wheels, but now the Mastermind business system has him covered. Tom now has access to Mastermind's new social media copilot, the AI secret weapon for building a social media following in just 10 minutes a week, where you can generate, schedule, post, and analyze all in one really simple tool. And the result? Anna knows exactly what steps to take, and she launches her business. Ashley creates her product and marketing without all the tech headaches, and Tom confidently grows his audience in minutes rather than hours. And now, it's your turn. Hurry and get into the Mastermind business system today. Your legacy and your success starts right now.
Come on back to your computers. You're not going to want to miss a second of this. I see you, Maura. I see you rocking it out. Hey, Mellor, what's going on? What are you guys doing? Causing trouble, it looks like. What's up, Mary? Good to see you. Rocking it out today. Robbie, you've been having so much energy. I see you, Nicholas. I see you, Cindy Hyde. What's going on, Georgina? Karina, you've been rocking it. So have you, Deborah Bonner. Good to have you here today. Cindy Hyde, always bringing the energy. Clint Myers, Jane. Guys, so freaking awesome. So awesome. I want to say, Lance is just rocking it out. I love it. Hey, before we bring on our next guest, I just want to say congratulations to those of you that took action. I get it. It's an uncomfortable action. It's one step, and I'm not knocking anybody who hasn't. I'm just going to encourage you. If you're ready for more, this is the path and plan. And wasn't that commercial cool? Our team built that. I had to play it, but it really gives you a snapshot of what we've done. But I just want to say congratulations for taking action. I know it's scary, but isn't it exciting? Isn't it exciting to go to bed tonight knowing you're a part of something bigger than yourself? Something that could truly guide you so you're not alone anymore. And I'm so damn excited, excuse me, but I am so damn excited for all of you. And again, this has been the most incredible group of humans. Now, this next guest was Lisa. Did Lisa over-deliver or what? I love that woman. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. Well, this next guest, I'm so excited to have him here. I have to say, I'm gonna share some of the things that he's done because it's well deserved. But before I get into the accolades, I just want to share a guy that I've been watching online for a few years, and watching what he's done, and watching sometimes it looks like overnight success, right? You don't know all the things he did in the invisible to get here. But when he popped on the scene, it was less about someone just trying to throw ideas. What did I say yesterday? The people I respect the most, the things that you'll do is give value in advance. Man, I watched this guy for a year and a half, giving so much value. My wife used to send me clips nonstop and go, hey, do you know this guy yet? I'm like, I don't. And we ran by each other in a couple of events. But I learned so much from him even before. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm so glad that this guy decided to share what he knew. And the people that he helps, oh my God. Well, in a moment, we're gonna bring out this guest. But for over 20 years, this guy's been leading the human, and he's been a leading human biologist and functional medicine expert. He spent years doing this. He spent years working with people one-on-one, but he had this nagging feeling. Now that I'm getting to build a dear friendship with this man, and I get to spend time with his wife, he's just an awesome human. But what I see is he had something I think we all had. He had this desire to say, I can impact more lives. I have the answers to solve the problems that they're going through. How do I get out there? And what we're going to talk about today is, you see him now as the third biggest podcast in the world, the #1 health expert in a health podcast in the world. But that's not the way it started, right? It starts when you put a video out and nobody watches it. I want to talk about that evolution today, but I want to tell you, I'm so glad that he did. And one more thing I want to tell you, he of course he works with celebrities. You watch him with Dana White, all these amazing people he works and transforms their lives. Now he's touching millions of people all around the world. But I got to share one more thing before I bring this man out. Gary and I have started a friendship over the last probably 5 or 6 months, and we chat back and forth. And 3 weeks ago, we sent him a message. About 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, my son had I shared with you, he has eczema, and he'll go months being good, and then he'll have a month that it's really bad. And my son was up all night itching in a bad way. And I slept maybe 15 minutes the whole night. And as a parent, you know what that's like, right? It's your children, your heart, right? So he's scratching himself, and all night I'm like, it's okay, bud, and we'll try this. And we did all these things. I woke up that morning with my heart just full. And I picked up the phone and I left a message to Gary. 4 o'clock in the morning, I left an audio. I said, hey, Gary, I watched you produce miracles on people. I'm blessed to have contacts with so many people. We have it under control a lot of the time, but sometimes we don't. I said, my little boy's inflamed. He had the roughest night ever. I would give anything to fix this for him. And I want to tell you, a few days later, a $10,000 nitrogen machine arrived at my house. Medicine arrived at my house. So many things without asking, without doing. Within a couple of days, my son was in a bathtub doing the things that he suggested. And I'm no exaggeration, he had the best night's sleep I've seen in ever, the last 4 or 5 nights. And I know a lot of that is for this man helping. And I just got to say, that's the man you're going to get the chance to hang out with here for the next half hour or so we can tap his brain on how he went from the guy helping one-on-one to helping millions. Can you please help me give a warm welcome to Mr. Gary Brecka? Woo! What's up, man?
Oh my God, it's so good to be here.
Oh, thank you. I love that you came in. We've had so many great guests, and we do it virtual, so it's okay, but you flew
great,
in.
man. Look at all these people. Hi, guys. I can see you waving. Rachel's jumping around over there. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Carolyn.
Well, Gary, I meant every word I said. Thank you for that. That was so sweet. You know what? When you're like everybody on this screen, when you're a giver, right? It's hard to receive. You sent all that. I'm like, I called you. I'm like, can I send you a check?
Yeah,
like,
I know you did.
Can I send you some?
You can always send me a check. But,
okay.
but
yeah, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And I told you, I hope it's not coincidence. But he's now, when I called you, it was the first night. He slept, first time ever he slept to 8 o'clock in the morning, ever.
Yeah.
And he slept the last 3 nights.
That's the power of human physiology. You know, hydrogen is the most prevalent element in the universe. It's the smallest, lightest element that we know of. It goes right through the skin. It's excellent for eczema, psoriasis, all those kinds of inflammatory conditions, and I knew he would benefit from it.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
That goes way beyond us doing business.
No,
and
it's chicken soup
together.
for my soul too, man. It
Man,
really is.
So good. So I wrote some questions down. I'm going to have a cheat sheet because there's so many
Okay.
there's amazing things that I could
Feel a lot of
digest.
pressure. There's like 800,000 of you guys out there.
Isn't this cool?
Yes, it's so cool.
And it's cool. We can see in their living rooms. We get some people
Yeah.
driving. Be careful. You know what I
Cindy
mean? Like,
Hyde up there.
it makes you
Patricia.
sometimes you're like you get lost looking, but
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
an amazing group. You know what's cool about this amazing group of humans? And I shared this with Gary when we were in the back. I said, this is a group in our survey when we asked what the most important thing was. It was impacting others.
Really?
Above money, right?
This
So
group? That's
this is a
awesome.
group that wants to impact others. They want purpose for themselves, and simultaneously they want to create a business that kicks ass.
Yeah.
So that's why I love having you here, because you've been in functional medicine for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
right? You worked one-on-one with clients. What I wrote down is you realized at some point, I'm guessing,
Mm-hmm.
that your experience, that your knowledge was probably the greatest asset you own.
No
I
question.
love all the products you create.
Yeah.
I love the ones you endorse pretty much now. My wife sees it and buys it. 'cause
Yeah,
you
yeah.
put your name on it. So literally,
Yeah.
I need to buy a bigger house because of all the stuff we
Yeah,
get,
yeah.
right? So, but there's something that clicks, and I think
Yeah.
everybody here did it, probably did you, that your experience was the most valuable thing.
No
And
doubt.
you started sharing it, and you started, you have a membership, and you started turning not only the products, but your knowledge
Mm-hmm.
into the product. Now, when people see, and I wrote this down, when it might have been a light bulb moment, I could do it, but what was the moment you thought about that, right? You were successful in your area, but then turning into knowledge. Everybody sees the Gary Now, third biggest podcast in the world, #1 health podcast in the world, on stages all over. But what was the beginning like?
So there were two tipping points I think that I could really point to. One was, I was a mortality expert for 22 years, which meant that I was a researcher for big life insurance, large life insurance companies, which meant that we were trying to develop a model to predict mortality to the month. And it's some of the most accurate science in the world. And in fact, all life insurance, reverse mortgages, annuities are based on this research. But I realized after doing this for so long that it wasn't just data. These weren't just
There was
spreadsheets.
people. There's people.
Yeah,
Wow,
there was a human being on the other side of this spreadsheet. Sometimes I even get emotional talking about it. But and I said, I don't want to spend one more day of my life
Right.
predicting when people are going to die.
I want to help them live longer.
Yeah, I want to help people live longer, healthier, happier, sort of more fulfilling lives. And I was paralyzed with fear because I'd been in this industry for a long time. It was all I knew. I was very good at it. I was making a decent living. And I just abruptly said, I'm not going to spend one more day predicting death. I'm going to spend the balance of my lifetime extending life.
Wow, you never shared that. I never heard that before. That's
I don't know
pretty
if I've
amazing.
ever actually said that. I don't know where that came from. And I quit my job and I went home, and my girlfriend at the time, who then became my fiance, who's now my wife, Sage, was cooking dinner, and I walked into the house and I said, well, babe, quit my job today. And she was like, oh, tell me about that. And I said, I want to start a functional medicine clinic. She goes, but you're not a doctor. I go, semantics. I want to start a functional medicine clinic, and we'll find a doctor. And she was in real estate. I was in research, and much to my chagrin, I was shocked. She was like, let's do it, babe. And we were, now, mind you, we were dating, right? We weren't even
Right.
engaged. And
It's not like you had her locked in.
Yeah, we're 10 years in. We did the relationship all wrong. We started a business together, moved in together, opened a joint bank account. So, but that was a big epiphany for me, because until that moment, I was so myopically focused on being wealthy. All I wanted to do was be rich, and I wanted to be wealthy, and I kind of would have done anything. And I know that I lacked authenticity. I know that I didn't have a purpose. I didn't really have a why or a driver. And my why just became, I want to stop focusing on being wealthy, and I'm just going to turn all my attention to people's well-being. Not knowing at the time that the term wealthy is derived from the term well in being. So the term well-being used to mean to be wealthy. And I just
God, what a shit. That's an
poured myself into that.
incredible shift. So I don't want to stop
And
you,
so
but-
we rented this little, we found a bankrupt vitamin shop in a strip mall in Naples, Florida, right up the street from on LA Fitness. And I was like, that's great. That's the biggest LA Fitness in the country. We'll put our shop right there. And we took over this bankrupt vitamin shop. Everything that you could possibly imagine went wrong. We hired a contractor. We thought we would be in there in 3 months. It took 18 months. We put people on payroll, and while the lease was being delayed, we had to keep them on payroll, even though we didn't have an office, because I didn't want to lose them and then open and not have employees. We ended up at one point, you know, the window started closing. We were 90 days away from either not making payroll or not making our mortgage.
This is part of that overnight success.
Yeah, this was this was the overnight part. Yeah. I'll never forget Sage telling me, you know, babe, she said, we have 90 days until you've got to decide if we're going to miss payroll or we're going to miss the mortgage. And I said, well, we're not missing our payroll payment. That's for sure. So we actually ended up selling the house. By the grace of God, we put it on the market. It sold 24 hours later. We closed. We took that money, put it into the business, finally got open. And roughly 3 years later, you know, after we had serviced hundreds and hundreds of thousands of patients and seen hundreds of thousands of clients, I had a second epiphany. And I think this one is really germane to what you're talking about. And that is that, you know, as I became more popular and more people became aware of me, everybody wanted my time. And so I thought the idea would be, I'll just charge more for my time. Right. And so I started charging $5,000 an hour, then $10,000 an hour. And I know it sounds crazy, then $25,000 an hour, then $50,000 an hour. And it didn't slow down, but I realized I was getting so off mission, because when we started the company, we said, our purpose is to get this information to the masses. And so I sat down with Sage and I said, I don't want to exchange my time for money anymore. I want to get back to why we started this. I want to start messaging to the masses. And I said, do you realize that in the last 150,000 clients that have come through our clinic practice, they all had the same question. It didn't matter if they were young or old or rich or poor, or if they were there because they were in menopause or because they had weight gain or water retention or poor focus and concentration or a poor response to exercise. It literally didn't matter. Everyone had the same question. Where do I start? Because everyone was getting paralysis of analysis. They were supplementing for the sake of supplementing, or they're out there on Google trying to figure out where to start. Do I start with blood work? Do I do a gene test? Do I see a functional medicine doctor? Do I talk to my primary care?
Yeah.
Should I be on this script? Should I be on this supplement?
I think everybody could relate.
And I realized I had the answer to where people start.
And what's great is, and I don't leave that spot, but what's great about everybody watching, why I think this is so powerful, is we started the first day teaching people how to find their solution statement, right?
Oh, wow.
Solution statement is really, there's a problem other people have that you all have something in your life that could solve it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I know, having our conversation we had, that you found the problem. Mm-hmm. You knew you had the solution. Now it was just, I have to get in front of people.
Exactly.
Right? And sometimes you have the answer, and that's the process you have to go through. But you start thinking, what is the problem? The problems that you solve are just as important in your own lane. So anyway.
Yeah, you think they're only germane to you, but I mean, there are 371 million people in America alone.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there are a lot of people with the same problem and the same question. And if you believe in your answer, then you have a purpose.
Right. And so you not only found, I know where people should start, right? You had built from almost bankrupt and barely getting by, selling your house to keep it going.
Yeah.
You built up the practice, but then got to a point where you probably were running 100 miles an hour and you've lost focus.
Well, completely
had that second epiphany of like,
yep.
Hey, how do I help the masses? But then that's the whole new world. You entered our industry, Tony's, my industry, right?
Yeah.
You entered that. And sometimes people have a fear of starting small. That's one of the reasons people don't do it sometimes. It's like, hey, but I've already built this practice. Now I got to go online and hope 2 people watch it. So
yeah.
I'd love to hear a little bit about that transition. Like, I want to help the masses. I know where they should start. I know how to solve that one problem. What was next? Like, how did you start?
So what I did was I opened a lane for myself, and I said, here's the parameters that I'm going to set to start this media company. And I said, I am going to message. I'm going to give without the expectation of receipt. Because I found that up to that point, every time that I set an expectation for myself and then didn't meet that expectation, it just became this big setback for me.
Yeah.
So I said, if I really believe that this information, that this message can change lives and impact a lot of people, then the only way I'm going to measure it is whether or not I'm staying authentic to the message. And that was so liberating, because
Wow, that's really...
It was really liberating. Because then you don't say, I'm going to have 100,000 followers on YouTube by December, and then you have 40,000 and you think you're a failure. You feel like you're a failure.
At an event one time, Tony said something that stuck with me forever. He said, imagine if you felt love when you gave it rather than received it. And and my wife and I try to do that with each other. Like, I give her love and I feel good, but the response is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's the same concept that you took. I'm going to feel good just because I'm sharing, whether one person gets it. Because you would do it for one person, wouldn't you?
Oh, I would always do it for one person.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you just measure your success by if I truly deliver, then I feel good because I delivered it. And it's so cool. You obviously stuck with it.
I stuck with it. And so that's when we started the media platform. And I said, this is going to be a platform to get the message to the masses, full stop. And I didn't think about advertising it. I didn't think about monetizing it in the beginning. I didn't think about getting to a certain number of followers on Instagram or a certain number of followers on TikTok. And, you know, looking back now, you know, we're barely in our second year. And, you know, we got 160 million views across all of our platforms last month alone. The message is really resonating, and it's resonating in a way that's impactful. You know, people are taking information, being inspired, and then taking action. And for me, when they take action on their own health, I mean, that's the reward system, and it's monetized in a way that I just never could have imagined. I tell you all the time, I feel like I'm living somebody else's life. But that was what I did for myself was, and I'm not saying that everybody has to start the same way, but I put no expectation on the purpose other than the purpose, and I said
serve.
I'm just gonna give without the expectation of receipt, and as long as I'm doing that, I'm succeeding, and it felt so good and it felt so liberating.
Isn't it amazing that the other thing that my wife and I do in our personal relationship, and it's worked in my partnership with Tony Robbins, he's my dearest friend in the world. People say 13 years being partners and friends. How many times do you have blowouts? Zero.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple things him and I try to do. We try to light each other up. I try to do more for him than he can do for me.
Yeah.
Right? Because we took it from our business life, right? We try to outdo each other, but the other one that's really important is we don't keep score. Right?
That's really good.
Because if you keep score, it's like, man, I worked hard last month. I don't know what Tony did. I haven't seen him, right?
Yeah.
But we know we're taking care of each other. And that's kind of how I feel how you built something so amazing. You weren't actually keeping score.
No.
Like, hey, I put out 10 things. Did I get 10,000 or 100 followers? If I did, if you don't keep score. And it kind of leads to, we talked about value in advance, right? Whatever your beliefs are, karma, God, the universe. I know what mine are. You have yours, which is awesome. But isn't there something cool about not keeping score and just giving?
Oh, my gosh.
And sometimes the people you give to don't reciprocate.
Right.
And that's okay.
That's why you
but
have to
you
give
get
without
that,
the
you get that
expectation
tap
of
on
receipt.
your shoulder and the deal happens. The sponsorship happens. The partnership happens. The friendship happens.
Yeah.
And if you look at it that you're like, oh, that's how it works. And I believe the people you're probably attracted to and the people that are going to be attracted to you is because you give the value. You know, somebody asked me in our hot seats yesterday, they said, how much should I give away in my first program and how much should I hold back? And you know what I said? Hold back nothing.
Yeah.
Give all. If
Yep.
you give more than anybody else, then when they're done, they go, God, Gary gave me so much for free. I got to be a part of his membership.
Yes.
Oh my God, his membership is so good. He's doing a retreat. You
Yeah.
bet I'm there,
Right.
right? But if you did your first thing, it's like, well, you could be healthy, but get my book and I'll then
Right.
it's like, oh, he's not my guy.
Right.
So this economy, the knowledge economy, the way Tony and I look at it, the reason I connected with this man so quick and we're becoming such good friends is because he found the secret. Give first, and the byproduct is you have an incredibly booming business.
Yeah.
It's growing exponentially.
I wish I had you a few years ago.
I know, it was funny. When Gary was watching the video in the back, he's like, why didn't I have this 5 years
That's
ago?
exactly it. I wish I had this a few years ago.
So, quick question. We have people here. So many people jumped on board. They're in. They're doing it, which is awesome. Raise your
Awesome.
hand if you're
Congratulations,
in. Raise your
guys.
hand if you're all in. Let Gary know. Look at this.
Nicholas.
You've been on both sides,
Yeah.
right? You've been on the, I have to quit this job. It's toxic, right? Especially you were in the death business.
Yeah.
You started your own thing without a lot of guidance, and that was a little rough, but you made it. Then you built up your business to be good. And then you said, I need to make more impact and
Yes.
find purpose and stop it about the money, about purpose, which ended up being the biggest thing you've ever done.
Yeah.
Right?
No doubt.
There's people here, they're kind of in, they're not sure they want to do it. You've been on both sides. What would you say to somebody who has a life experience? They have things that can solve other people's problems, but maybe that little voice is like, hey, you failed before. You're a procrastinator.
Yeah.
Right? What would you say?
You know, my dad, Captain John Brecka, he's a salty old Navy captain, 82 years old. He's still going strong. And he was a really simple man. And he had two of his favorite quotes, which I love. One was, life is what happens to you when you're on your way to doing something else. And I didn't really realize the power of that quote until I was much older. But he always used to say, if you want to shrink your problems, grow your purpose. And
Ooh, that's so good.
and I again, he used to say this when I was young, and I was like, I don't know what the hell he's saying. Like, he had a lot of like Navy terms too, like get your shit in one sock when I didn't clean my room. So that was another one of his favorites. But he said, if you want to shrink your problems, grow your purpose. And by that he meant, if your purpose is bigger than your problems shrink. And I think so many of us are fear-based. Life needs to be safe. Things have to happen at the perfect time. We need to plan ahead. We're genetically programmed to survey our environment and not to go into areas of the unknown, right? Ancestrally, we didn't walk into a dark cave. We actually didn't go around the corner of a rock if we couldn't see there, because there's danger there. And in modern society, there's danger hitting everywhere. And I think the paralyzing inability to take action because you are afraid of the unknown is what keeps most people mired in mediocrity. And I don't mean that to sound condescending at all, because I'm 54, and so I didn't realize this until I was 50. So by no means am I a great life coach. I wasted decades. But when I flicked that switch and said, I know that my purpose is to get this information to the masses. And I know that if I give without the expectation of receipt, that the rest will follow.
That was brave and bold. I can tell you, amazing.
You know what else is really interesting, Dean, is there's I'm a scientist, so there's a law in physics called constructive interference. And it proves the law of universal law of attraction. If you guys believe in the universal law of attraction, that you can put things out into the universe and attract them. And we know that authenticity is the most powerful frequency that can leave a human being's body. And if you actually look at the research on authenticity, the only time that people can emote that energy of authenticity is when their words are truthful and they believe what they're saying. And the law of constructive interference says if two frequencies of equal wavelength meet, the size of the wave doubles. So this means if you really believe in something and your words are truthful and you believe what you're saying and you put that behind a purpose-driven message, there's nothing that can stop you. You literally have the universe on your side. And I know that sounds so hokey. And for me to be saying that as a scientist, as a human biologist, I'm hearing myself and going, that sounds weird. But
I love it.
But it's so true. And so when I put that first foot forward to open the clinic, I would say that was the first major tipping point in my life. And when I had that second aha moment that my power is in the message, is to get this information out to solve this problem.
Right. And then that compounded over time. Again, when people see you come on, they're like, God, this guy came out of nowhere. It's like seeing the actor. It's like, oh, he became a star overnight. 10 years of summer stock and acting theaters and
probably sleeping in his car.
Sleeping in his car, right? So when I saw it, I said, my wife and I both agreed before we even had the chance to meet. I'm like, Gary's going to go to the top because I can feel his authenticity. I can feel that he cares. You do more than anyone. So great work. And I love that you've had so many. You're a shining example of so many people here. They're at one phase. They might be in the career that's unfulfilled. They know they got to move.
Yeah.
Or they might just know that creativity's been in them forever to do their own thing. It's like enough is enough. I'm not taking another day, another moment. So thank you for being such a shining example. And then showing what's possible on where you're at now. But now that we did that, and I hope it's inspired. You guys can light up the chat if Gary's inspiring you as much as it's inspiring me. But I want to ask one question. Let's do a final question on health.
Okay. Fire it up.
Because these people,
that's my favorite topic.
These people are going to do their own thing. They're going to kick ass. They're going to make more money, more impact. And that means we want to live longer, right?
Yeah.
And I appreciate all you're doing for my son and what you're going to do for me. By the time we meet again, I'm going to be superhuman, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm on you, too. You're my next superhuman project. You're not going to recognize yourself.
But if there was a couple, like you said, knowing where to start, there's a lot of things. Some people, fish oil, do yoga, meditate, so many. But if you were going to say there's two things everybody could take away today that they should focus on, what would they be?
First of all, that sleep is our human superpower. It is literally our human superpower. It's also the most bullied thing in our schedule. We push sleep around like the stepchild on our daytime calendar. And I made a decision 10 years ago that I would schedule all of my meetings and travel around sleep and exercise. The biggest game changer that I ever did for myself was to put self-care in a selfless position in my schedule. And the first thing that I do whenever I work with anyone, Dana White, Mark Wahlberg, I mean, you name it, all the big celebrities, or athletes, or just an average person. The first thing I do is I fix their sleep. And I am a big proponent of bookending your sleep, having a routine to go to sleep and having a routine to wake up. Very often, if any of these folks have ever followed me on social media, sometimes I'll do these really intense travel schedules where I'll be in 6 or 8 or 9 different time zones over 11 or 12 days, and I'll just post my sleep scores every day. 98%, 100%,
Still crushing it.
99%. And it's not to brag about the sleep score, it's to show you that
That's
you can
how
actually,
I can go to all these things and
exactly,
still be okay.
that's the driver. So one is to develop a really healthy sleep routine. And there's a science to that. And one is develop a really healthy morning routine. And there's a science to that too. And you bookend the ends of your sleep because we're creatures of habit. We're circadian creatures. We used to be tied to the sleep-wake cycle of the sun. We're way off of this. We're totally out of touch with the circadian cycle of the earth. We're out of touch with Mother Nature. We're actually very out of touch with each other. We've lost a sense of purpose, a sense of community. And a lot of that comes from not having good sleep. When I say it's our human superpower, there's a very special thing that happens when you sleep, especially in deep sleep. It's the only time that your brain is actually eliminating waste. We have the lymphatic system in the body, but we have something called the glymphatic system in the brain. And it's only active eliminating waste, repairing, detoxifying, and regenerating when you're in deep sleep. So if you're getting deep sleep, you already have a leg up on everyone else.
Wow.
Because you're clear, you're focused, you're concentrated, you're very aware, you have clean waking energy, your short-term recall is good, hand-eye speed, timing, coordination, agility, all of these things improve. And if you can maximize this, it's like doubling the size of your team.
Like you were saying, if you fix some of the core aspects, it heals the other stuff.
Yes.
Gary was telling me another time, like if you fix the hub of the wheel, then all the spokes repair on themselves, right?
Yeah. When I started this business, I remember that I always said the most important thing was for people to find the deficiency in their body, and I always use the tree analogy that if you had a leaf rotting in a palm tree, and you called a true arborist, a true botanist out to see that what was going on, they wouldn't touch the leaf, right? They would core test the soil. And they would say, there's no nitrogen in this soil. And then they would add nitrogen to the soil and the leaf will heal.
Oh, such a good analogy.
Yeah.
So good.
Human beings are no different. When you deprive the human body of certain raw materials, one of them is sleep, you get the expression of disease. Why is 82% of all autoimmune disease affect women? It's not selective for sex. It's selective for the weakest, the ones that put everyone else first and put themselves last.
I could see that.
So
put sleep last, put all those things because they take care of everybody else.
Their kids, their spouse, their career, their friends, their the social network. And women just have no offense to the women in the audience, but they have a tendency to be more selfless, and also to think about self-care as being selfish. And so I would say that would be the big one: bookending your sleep routine, morning routine.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Gary, amazing. I'm so grateful you came in.
I'm so grateful
too. And
too.
I'm so glad you flew in. We had a much amazing guest. Most of them did virtual. You to show up here.
Yeah, I want to do something too. I'm glad you asked that question, but I saw that Matthew gave something away to your audience.
You don't now, do you?
So I want to give without the expectation of receipt. But I wrote a sleep guide, a guide to becoming the ultimate human version of yourself and the perfect sleep routine.
Yep.
And I wrote a guide to the perfect morning routine. So I'd like my team to give it to your team, so that if they enroll in your program, I want to give it to them for free. All right. That's my gift to you and my gift to you guys.
No, I want that. I want that. Not to be outdone.
So
by
take that
Wakanda.
next step, guys. I did it, and I never regretted it.
Gary, seriously, thank you for coming here. Thank you for sharing. Follow Gary. He's freaking amazing. We'll make sure we'll get with your team. I love those bonuses. Thank you for doing that. And everybody, give it up for Gary Brecka.
Thank you, guys.
I see you, Sal. What's going on, Mary Catherine? Wow, that was so good. So good. All right. Man, I'm working today. How freaking incredible is this? I get to do this for a living, get to hang out with Gary and learn some fun stuff and hang out with all of you amazing people from around the world. And I hope you saw the pattern of everybody that's been here. I just knew I was meant for more. I was a little scared. I went for it anyway. I didn't have proof it was going to work at first, but I kept moving forward. I gave before I received, the apple tree. And then all of a sudden, the fruit kept coming on. And that's why I said to you throughout this whole thing, I get to see the tea leaves. I know where you can go if you stay plugged in. Does it happen overnight? No, it's like an apple tree. You got to plant it. You got to fertilize it. You got to get it right. And all of a sudden it can produce. And you know, again, watching what he's done is so magical. And again, when you see somebody at that top, you think, I didn't have what they have. But you got to hear the whole story today. And I'm glad that he came here and shared that. Plus, the sleep and the morning routine, I'm so grateful that he's given you that sleep routine and the morning routine for everybody in MBS. We'll make sure you get it within a couple days. Anybody who enrolls while we're doing this event, we'll make sure that happens. I guess he didn't want to be outdone by Matthew McConaughey. So, hey, it benefits you. It benefits you. Well, you guys still have some great energy left? You guys still ready for end this day strong? I know we can't end this day without having some more energy for our next guest that's coming right up, our next powerful training, our powerful session. But before we do that, why don't we stand up? Go ahead, everybody stand up. Stand up, let's do it, come on. If you can't stand, then rock your arms. Let's bring up some music, let's get some energy going. Crank that music up even a little higher. There we go, I see you, Cheryl. Do you like Cheryl? Do you like Jenny? Do you like Robbie? I see you, Marilyn. Anne-Marie's rocking it out. Cotton, I see you, man. Colton, I see you. Andrea. What's up on Jane? Cindy? Amron, I see you. Susan, Jessica, everybody rocking it out. Let's build that energy. Let's keep rocking and rolling. And let's bring back Mr. Tony Robbins.
Ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's great to join you. Listen, it's been a wild ride for a few days here, and I just want to thank all of you for playing so full out. We have, after the first day, a bunch of other people joined us, so we have almost 1 million people from over 100 countries. Give it up for everybody, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing. So great. Well, we've certainly covered some territory here, and you know, when I look at all your smiling faces, I see such a change from day one for some of you. Or, what is this all about? But you know, I think so many people participating, it's just a reflection of the times we're in, the need we're in. There's so much that people feel outside of their control, and you and I both know if you don't come up with a plan for your own life, you're going to fit into somebody else's plan. And it's time to take charge, and I think you've seen that now, and you also see about all these tools that we have, and GG and AI and all the things that can just accelerate things that took literally decades for myself and Dean that now you can do in days and some things even hours. It's pretty damn exciting. So, and I think you've seen the package we put together for you is ridiculous. It's half as much money as the first one we ever did, which only included some training. And now we have all of these tools all integrated for you. So I hope you take advantage of it. And I just stopped by here because I want you to remember that when you see someone who's really good at something and you think, oh, they're so confident, they're so skilled, well, yes, maybe now, but that's not how it started for me or for Dean. We were just two guys independent of each other. We didn't know each other back then, obviously. I started a few years earlier, he had a few decades earlier, who just decided, hey, I really want to learn this. I want to change my own life, and I want to take some of the problems or challenges, and I want to, once I solve them, help some other people. And we just put one foot in front of the other. And what looks like confidence and certainty is just doing something so often. You know, I have the privilege of working with a lot of great athletes and sports teams, and I own a few sports teams, and Golden State Warriors own a small piece of, and I've had a chance to coach the team. And if you look at somebody like historically, Steph Curry, one of the greatest three-point shooters in history, and you go, wow, he makes it look so easy. He just shoots the ball and it just goes in. In fact, a lot of times he shoots the ball and he doesn't even look. He turns and just smiles because he knows it's in. It's like, what? How does he do that? What a magician. But I'd love to give you a little insight, because I have a phrase I tell people. People are rewarded in public for what they practice in private. And what I mean by that is, if you found out how he did that, he has been shooting 500 shots a day, every day, 7 days a week for most of his life. But let's just take his 15-year career in the NBA. Imagine that. 500 shots a day, right? 3,500 shots a week. It's 168,000 shots a year. 15 years of it is 2.2 million shots he's done in practice. In his entire game history, seeing 2.2 million shots, guess what? All that so he can make 3,000 shots that are three-pointers and be the greatest in the history of the world. So people ask me sometimes, how long does it take to get good at something? My question is, how long do you want it to take? Because I remember when I went to work for Jim Rohn, there was a guy there that was so skilled. I mean, so talented, but he was also a jerk. And I hate people that have huge ego and they push down other people. Even when I was 5'1" little guy, I'd stick up for the other little guys. I just hated that approach. So he was such a jerk, I went up to him on the first day and I said, you better remember my name. I'm Tony Robbins. And I said, I'm going to dwarf you within a few months. He looked at me like this weird look, and I said, you know why? Because you're lazy. Because you go out and do 2 or 3 talks a month and you're really skilled. But I'm going to go do 3 talks a day. I said, what you do in a month, I'm going to do in a day. Imagine, within a few weeks, I'm going to dwarf what you do usually in a year. Within a few months, I'll do years worth of experience. And by the way, I did. I beat him within, I think it was 5 months that I did, and then never looked back, because what I did was I got cassette tapes in those days, right? And I listened over and over. I listened to my car. I made my car my mobile kind of basically, seminar room, my mobile education, my mobile university. And I fed my mind all day when I was driving, fed it in the night when I was going to sleep. And because I did that over and over again and kept stepping up and kept trying things and not always doing it well, I got better and better and better. Dean got better and better and better. But to do that, you have to master the most important skill of all, which is mastering your own mind and emotions. Because if you think about it, what is the accelerator or the brake on anybody's life? It's which emotions they have. If you're worried, if you're fearful, if you're doubt, we all have those emotions. But if you let them dominate you, they're the brake on your ability to go forward. But if you can focus on your passion, your desire to serve, seeing the impact you want, then you have the accelerators of excitement and passion that move you forward. It's like I always tell people, what influences us most are invisible forces. Sounds corny, but think about it. What influences you most? Gravity, that's invisible. Too much, you're dead. Too little, you're not on the planet. Radiation. Too much, we're dead. Too little, we die. It's this delicate balance. Electricity, it's an invisible force. It affects all of our lives. I'm able to talk to you because of it. But the most powerful invisible force is human emotion. And the emotions in our life that stop us, those fears, those angers, those anxieties, can be changed in seconds. But here's the problem. Most people, and this is what I don't caution you about, the biggest mistake most people make is I hear them say, I just don't feel ready. I can't start. I just don't feel ready yet. Maybe in the future. And I said the other day, the road to someday leads to a town called nowhere. You don't want to go there. It doesn't work, right? But when they say, excuse me, I just don't feel ready, if I waited to do things till I felt ready, I wouldn't be here with you. Excuse me. Because feeling ready, you rarely feel ready. You feel ready after you do it over and over again. It's like confidence looks like tying your shoes, right? Once you've done enough times, you don't have to think about it. When I first went to drive a stick shift car, it was like, I got to do this, and I got to watch the rearview mirror too. Forget it, it'll never happen. But once you do it enough, so you don't if you wait till you feel ready, you never drive. You got to drive. You got to put yourself in the seat. You got to put yourself on the line. You got to do a few things. Now you get to have a co-pilot called Gigi, right? You get to have a co-pilot with us guiding you every step of the way. You got a co-pilot called your community. So you're not alone. That's the best part. Every step of the way, we're here to be able to assist you. But you can't wait to quote, you're ready. Now, I'll tell you the philosophy that changed me when I first met my teacher, Jim Rohn. I remember talking about I didn't feel ready. There were certain things. I didn't feel like I was old enough. I didn't have enough skill. And he said, Tony, he said, all you need to do is live the philosophy of stretching. I said, well, what is that? I've never heard of it. He said, the philosophy of stretching says this. If you say I can't do something, then you must. And I said, well, that sounds crazy. If I can't jump off a cliff, then I must. He said, no, don't be stupid. Right? He said, think of it this way. If there's something that you know, if you did it, you'd be a better man, a better husband, a better friend, a better business person, a better you, and you know it would work, and you don't do it, you must do it. You can't even think about it. So as soon as you say I can't, say I must, and just do it. And if you develop that habit, your life will change. I said, well, that doesn't feel like a very secure life. He said, if you want security, go to prison, right? There's plenty of security. But if you want freedom, you have to step up. And when you say, I can't do it, just say I must and make it your habit. And I got to tell you, thanks to Jim Rohn, it's been my habit for almost 40 years. And so much of my life I've done because it's like when I'm not ready. That means I'm ready. I don't know what to say. That means I don't know what to say. I just step into it. And the more you do that, my friends, the more you'll be blown away by how your brain and body will work together. It's kind of like we know the only thing that stops us is fear. Like you got an opportunity today. This is our last day. This is your last chance. Do you want to be on the other side of, wishing and thinking about it and rationalizing why you didn't do it? Jim Rohn used to always tell me, he goes, there's excuses, you can call them reasons, right? And then there's results. The only way to get results is get rid of all your reasons, all your excuses, and just make yourself do it because fear, the fear of failure, the fear of not knowing enough, the fear of not being enough, everybody has those feelings. I travel the earth. I work with some of the most successful people on earth, multi-billionaires, children, guys in prison, people that are challenged, people that are successful. All of them, all of us have these fears. They're part of the human being. We were trained. We have a 2 million-year-old brain. And that brain was not trained to make you happy. It was trained to make you survive. And there's a big difference, isn't there? To survive doesn't take very much. But what makes us survive is this fear thing. It's like it's always looking for what could get us in trouble, what could cause a problem, where could we fail. But it was designed when we were fighting off a saber-toothed tiger we had to be prepared for to survive. Today, now our brain reacts as if to like an emergency, as if what somebody wrote about you in social media doesn't sound so good. Or we don't have enough money when, if you're watching this right now, you have enough money to have access to the web and answers and so forth. So it's just like we react like survival. And what happens to survival? You either fight or you freeze, right, so that it doesn't notice you, or you flight, you run away. Well, none of those will give you what you want. If you want an extraordinary quality of life, you got to master those emotions, train yourself to move forward. And I'll tell you a simple metaphor story that give you an example of what really helped me. Years and years ago, I decided I wanted to learn to drive race cars. And I was fortunate enough to know a man named Bob Bondurant, who was a very famous race car driver, and he had a race car school up in Northern California. And so I called Bob and I said, do you think you'd be willing to train me? Not one of your people to do this. I'd love to come out, but I want to learn from the best. He said, sure. So I go to this place, I'll never forget. And the first thing we did is we get in this car. And he goes, Tony, the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to show you what a car can do. So you're going to be in the passenger seat, all locked in, helmet, gears. I'm going to drive. But I want you to see what a vehicle is capable of doing. And we're at a place called Laguna Seca. It's a very famous race course up in Northern California. And there's a part where you get in the car and we start accelerating and we get to 120 miles an hour going straight at, it's called a corkscrew. It looks like a wall and you got to go around it. At 120 miles, it's so intense. Your heart is beating out of your chest. I thought for sure the car was going to flip over multiple times. So we do this whole racetrack and he stops and my heart's beating out my chest and he goes, now that's what a car can do. And in 4 days, you're going to be doing that as well. And I said, Bob, I'm a very positive guy and you're full of it. I said, I don't even know that I want to do this now. That was insane. He goes, trust me, we're not going to start by you doing what I just did. I'm showing you where we're going to get you. I said, how are we going to get me there? He goes, we're going to start by putting you in a spin car. I said, what's a spin car? He goes, a spin car is a car that's designed where I'm going to be in the right seat over here. You're going to be driving. And I don't have any car pieces to put on a brake or anything. You're in charge of this car. But we're going to drive a little slower, more like 80, 90 miles an hour, then we'll get to 100. And when we're driving in that pace, he said, there's 4 buttons below the seat over here. He showed me there were. He goes, when I'm sitting here, you won't be able to see. I'll just put my hand here. And if I push any one of those 4 buttons, it'll lift one of the 4 wheels and we'll spin out of control in that direction. I said, okay. He goes, and if you just keep going that direction, you're going to hit a wall, which means either you will die, or we'll both die, or injured, or at least the car will be mashed and you got to pay for the car. So here's what I suggest you do. Here's the secret to coming out of a spin. And I thought, as we were saying it, I thought this is a great metaphor. Because haven't you ever been in a spin in life where things feel out of control and you know what the hell to do and at the effect of things? He goes, when you get in a spin, the most important thing to do is focus on where you want to go, not on what you're afraid of. I said, this is simple. I teach this stuff. Right? No worries, right? He goes, like, have you ever heard about a guy who's driving his brand new Porsche down a country road 100 miles an hour, 120 miles an hour, and he loses control, and there's one telephone pole every quarter of a mile, and he manages to hit the telephone pole? Because the minute he gets out of control, he goes, oh my God, I don't want to hit that pole, and he focuses on the pole, and whatever you focus on, you unconsciously steer into it. So he said, you're going to want to look at the wall. You need to force yourself to focus on where you want to go, the turn. If you focus on the wall, you're going to crash. You've got to focus on where you want to go. And he said, unconsciously, you'll turn. So I go, okay, this makes sense. I teach this stuff. I can handle this. So I get in the car, and I'm competitive. I'm like, okay, let's do this. And we're going 80, 90, up to 100 miles an hour. And you're like, when you hear about people in race cars and they say it's, you know, a big, intense sport, it's so intense. You don't think so. You think I'm just driving. But the adrenaline and the focus. And so I'm like ready. I'm in my brain, I'm like, push that button. I'm ready. Push that button. But he doesn't. Just like life. Life never pushes your button when you're ready for it, does it? Right? So he's watching, and he sees the moment. I just lose a little bit of focus. And sure enough, he pushed the button. We start spinning out of control. Now, where does my brain go instantly? The wall. I start looking right at the wall. Now, he grabs my head and forces it to turn. Look at the turn. But I'm fighting it because I want to see the death happen. You know? But as he forces me to do this and I'm fighting him, what happens? I unconsciously turn where I'm focusing. And sure enough, the last few seconds, the wheels catch and we miss the wall. Feels like 6 inches, probably about 2 feet, but I'm a guy. We tend to exaggerate in our heads. Right? So we get it. He goes, did you learn? My heart's still beating out of my chest. I said, sure, I learned. I didn't learn shit. Because we went back. It's a habit, right? We have the habit of focusing on what we're afraid of. That's why most people don't succeed. You have to train yourself to do the other. That's what we do in this training program. You're going to be doing it with me on a daily basis as we go through the training program. So bottom line is, I go to do it again, speed up, I'm concentrating, he waits, I miss focus, boom, picks up wheel, spin in the direction, I look straight at the wall, it grabs my head, shoves it, I fight. But sure enough, we turn. After about a dozen times, my brain got it. And so we start to lose out of control. Boom, I look to the way I want to go. Now, while you're doing it, here's a question. When you start doing the right thing, do you instantly get rewarded? No, there's something called lag time. Like some people say, well, you know, I've been on a diet for 4 days and it ain't working. Well, you've been a pig for 30 years. We need a few more days, right? Right? That's what I said to myself years ago, right? So the bottom line is, when you do the right thing, though, there's so much momentum going the wrong direction. It doesn't change instantly, which makes you scared, makes you want to look again. If you look, you'll hit it. So he keeps holding you, and sure enough, it catches, it catches, it catches. So you learn to trust it. You have to. And so after a while, it's just vroom, 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 and you master it, and you master it. But here's the key question. If you focus on the wall, well, better yet, if you focus on where you want to go, are you guaranteed to go where you want to go and miss the wall? No. There's no guarantees in life. All you do is increase the probability. But if you focus on the wall, you are guaranteed to crash and hit. How many follow what I'm saying here? Say aye. Say aye. So what I want you to get is, what we want to train ourselves to do is focus on what we want instead of what we fear. And that's a new habit for you. But once you get it down, you'll be able to race through your business. You'll be erased through the limitations other people do. And it's like a muscle. It's like you do it. It's like learning to drive the stick shift car. It's impossible, but you keep doing it, and all of a sudden, there's a day when you can do it, and you can be thinking about 3 things, and you can be eating something, hopefully not texting as well, while you're driving, right? But you really can, and it really works, because you're no longer held back. So I just want to leave you with the most simple principle. I mentioned this the other day, but I just want you to know that with all of my children, for example, I'll give you a specific example of my daughter Jolie, right? So I remember when Jolie was, I think it was just turning 20, if I remember correctly, and she was at the university. Maybe she was 19. She's at the university, and she's doing really well. She's getting straight A's. I was really proud of her, and she was doing great. She's on Christmas break, visiting at home. And so I said, hey, Joe, I said, how you doing on your dream? And her dream had always been to be a dancer on Broadway, her entire life since she was a little girl. And she goes, what do you mean, Dad? I said, you know what I mean? How you doing on your dream to be a dancer on Broadway? She goes, well, I'm doing great in school. I said, I know, I'm proud of you, but I'm talking about the dancing, your dream. And she said, well, I've been doing these competitions and I won most of them, which she was. I said, well, that's what concerns me, honey. She said, what? I said, it concerns me you're always winning because that tells me you're not going up against tough enough players. And I think that if you really want to succeed, you got to do the things that I teach. You got to go for full immersion. You got to put yourself in the environment with the most difficult people. She said, well, what are you suggesting? I said, well, honey, I think when you look at me and you see what I've done in my life, you think I'm really brilliant. And of course I am. I'm your father. Right? And I said, but I don't think you know what the brilliance is. I said, the brilliance is when an opportunity comes in front of me, I always look at it as God gave this, the universe gave it, and I grab it. It doesn't matter. I used to go, I don't have the money, I don't have the time, I don't know what to do, I don't know where to start, I'm too overwhelmed. I had all these stories. But I said, I destroyed those stories and developed just a pattern to grab it and run with it. Now, not every opportunity I've grabbed has been worthwhile, but I've not missed any opportunities, and I've found some real ones that made me grow, expand, and change my life. So I have a very simple philosophy, and that is simply this, and I invited all of you to consider it. And I told it to her again that day. I said, every day my view is this. Whenever I make a decision, whenever I set a goal, whenever I know there's an opportunity in front of me, I never leave the sight of that opportunity. I never leave the moment of that decision or goal without doing something right then that commits me to follow through. Because otherwise, you've ever done this? You're all excited. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it in a week. I'm going to do it in a month. And then a week or month later, you're no longer in state. And then you get caught up in other things and you don't follow through. Who can relate, right? So I said, honey, what you got to do is while you're in that state, while you're in the state of knowing what's possible, do something that commits you to follow through when you leave that time, that gives you momentum. Schedule a meeting, lock something down, fire somebody in the business, hire somebody, schedule a call, whatever it is. But do something that locks you into following through. Invest in something. Do something. She goes, well, how does it relate to me? I said, it's really simple, honey. I said, the best dancers in the world, you want to be on Broadway, you need to compete against Broadway dancers. You got to learn in that environment. You're in LA. I said, you've grown up on the beach. I grew up very poor. You grew up on the beach in a really nice home in a really nice environment. You need to toughen up and you need to compete against the best. She goes, well, what do you mean? I said, well, I think what you should do is leave school, and I think you should move to New York, and I think you should go get training classes there and go to work trying to get a job on Broadway every single day till you get one. And I said, because I think you have tremendous talent, but I'm your father, so I could have a colored view of things, but you're going to know. And I said, if you don't do it, you're going to live with regret. Because I said, this is what you're getting. There's a timeline on everything, isn't there? It's like AI right now. You're going to be in the front or you're going to be in the back, right? It's like, there's a timeline on a dancer. But you said I should go to college. I said, I did. You still can. But your dream as a dancer, you got to do that. She goes, well, when would I do this? I said, when would now be a good time? She said, now? You mean like right now? It's December. It's the middle of the semester. I said, yes, honey. How are you going to be any closer to your dream at the end of this next semester? She goes, well, I said, I think you should go. I'll help you. I'll pay for the apartment for the move, but you have to have a job. And I'll help pay for some of your training, but you got to have a job and you got to support yourself and you go out and do this. She goes, well, that's a big decision. I said, yeah, big results come from big decisions. She goes, well, maybe I should talk to someone else about this. And I said, sure, people pay me $1 million for my coaching. You should go to someone else, get the answers for your life. She goes, no, Dad, you know what I mean? I mean, somebody in the industry. Like I said, who are you thinking of? And she mentioned this guy, Jay, that worked for CAA, a big agency. He's a friend of ours. I said, that's a really smart move. Call Jay and ask him. So she said, okay, I will. I said, when? She goes, well, I said, no, now. So she goes to call him. I quickly pick up my phone and dial him. True story. Fortunately, picks up the phone. I said, Jay, it's Tony. Listen, real quick. My daughter's going to call you. I said, here's what I told her. Got to compete with the best. Got to learn from the best. She's here in L.A. I said, tell me if I'm full of it. He goes, no, Tony, you're absolutely right. L.A. is not the place for the dancer. New York, if she's going to be on Broadway, so that's what she's got to do. I said, then tell her that. Okay, bye. So she comes back a few minutes later and says, his line's busy. So I said, call him again. Well, you can't give it. That's your persistence. You'll never make it. So she goes and calls him again. I don't see her for another hour. They talk for like 45 minutes. At the end of 45 minutes, she comes back in and she says, Dad, Jay said that's the right thing to do. I said, Father knows best. I said, but it's logic, right? Everything is about modeling. Learn from the very best. Be in the environment with the best, and it's going to affect you. Just like being a part of this community. We're going to be around all these people supporting each other. That's different than being off on your own. So I said, let's do it. So we did, and it helped move, and it turned out it was the worst storm season and winter season in New York in like a decade. So she went from sunny California, Southern California by the beach to freezing her butt off. And but to her credit, she really went for it. She took the classes, was going out on jobs, trying. And I don't know, it was probably 6-8 months later, maybe 7 months later, I'm coming to New York. I let her know I'm coming. And she goes, okay, Dad, I can't wait to see you. And when I get to the airport, there's a car there for me, and I didn't order the car. I'm like, impressive. You know, your daughter. Wow. How did she get my money to pay for this car? That's a big, right? And so the guy says, okay, I'll take you. I get in the back of the car, and we're driving off, and we drive past the neighborhood that she lives in. And I was like, isn't that where we're supposed to turn? He goes, no, we have a different location she's meeting you at. And then we get down to downtown on Broadway, where all the plays are, and we pull up to this theater, and on the outside of this theater, I see in big letters, the play Tommy. You know, some of you know the play Tommy, the Elton John song. And right underneath it is my daughter's name. Within 7 months, she's starring on Broadway from going to New York City. How's that for Jolie? So I'm very proud of her. Obviously, I'd like to take full credit for her success. That it was her talent, her hard work, but I helped push her over the edge. And that's what I hope you do today for yourself. I hope you push yourself over the edge. If you're on the edge, don't make up any excuses. I don't have the money or the time. You can do this. If you don't have it, you can get it. But you don't want to cheat yourself. Like I told Jolie, right? It's like Jim Rohn always said, there's two pains in life. There's the pain of discipline, and there's the pain of regret. And discipline weighs ounces, and regret weighs tons. You don't want to have FOMO. You don't want to miss out. And this is the time that you're in state, and we've given you the best offer we've ever had of any sort. It's not going to change my economic life or Dean's, but I promise you, if you apply yourself, it'll change yours. And also, even more than the economics, it gives you a sense of excitement and meaning, control of your life. And it's just a couple baby steps, and we'll guide you every step of the way. So I hope you feel our sincerity, and I hope you feel how much value we've given you for 3 days, regardless of what you do. But I hope you decide to join our community here, and if you do, I really look forward to serving you, and I know Dean does as well. And hearing the story of your success about what you've built, because once again, you know, things that start small become really big over time. And if you put your heart and soul into it, you're going to be doing some stuff that make you proud, make you grateful. You're going to touch some lives with some of the insights you have. And I'm going to be really excited to hear your story and maybe even get the chance to meet you personally. So till then, I'm going to turn you back to my dear friend Dean. I'm sending all my love and blessings. And whatever you do, we look forward to hearing the story of your great success. God bless you all. Give a hand to everybody who's participated on the show. time. Stand up with some energy. 1, 2, 3, go. Come on, come on. River passion for 0. Back to Dean.
I see you, Christina. What's up, Morelli? I see you, Amanda. What's going on? Hey, guys. My mic's on, right? Can you hear me? Thumbs up? All right, you can. Great. Hey, what an amazing day. What an amazing 3 days. You know, like Tony said, while you're in this state, take an action. Get enrolled. Do something that locks you in. This is truly the greatest thing we've ever created, and we are so freaking stoked, and we are so excited to watch your journey, to hopefully, like Tony said, get the chance to meet you. Remember, when I did this, focus on where you want to go. No matter what you decide to do today, focus on this. Anchor in your heart and gain those skills and capabilities to collapse that gap so you can live into who you're meant to be. Listen, it only takes a minute of courage, a moment of courage to change your life, to change your game. Don't let, and this is one more thing, don't let, oh, I had one more question to ask, stop you. You have 24 hours, 7-day-a-week support, and you have a 30-day money-back guarantee. This is the time. We do this offer with all the bonuses and all the great things. And you get Gary's and McConaughey's and all these great bonuses. We do it once a year for a reason. So you take ownership, you take action, and jump in. I hope you choose to work with us. This year, there is no other, in my opinion, no other way to live into your full potential where you can create impact and purpose and passion and a next level business. This is our last day. We're not doing a bonus day this year. This is the last day, and we hope you choose conviction over convenience. Like Lisa said, I hope you remember the swimming. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. Thank you for just an amazing 3 days. Thank you for filling our soul, filling our heart. Thank you for the beautiful comments. This has been my favorite event of all time, and I look forward to working with so many of you. We start on Friday. I hope you see you there. Take care. Bye, everyone. We'll be up in 10 minutes.
Inside of me, trying so hard to be so